You are streaming live. You may go to order.
Thank you, Joe. It is 4:02 on Wednesday, February 10th, a regular meeting of the governing body attended virtually, and we are now called to order. We have the order of business. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilor Abeyta. A salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Vihel Koppler, and an invocation led by Councilwoman Villarreal, followed by any remembrances that people wish to share. So please rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
Like I usually do, I like to read a poem. This poem I've read before in the past at past council meetings, but I still think it's relevant today. And it's called Echo. Life is an echo. What you send out comes back. What you sow, you reap. What you give, you get. What you see in others exists in you. Remember, life is an echo. It always gets back to you, so give goodness. May this be a reminder that all the thoughts we have and actions we take with this governing body come from the awareness that what we send out to the world and our community will surely return to us. So blessings to you all. And before I hand it over to my colleagues, I also wanted to have another remembrance, recognizing the passing of Sylvia Sue Dewar, and that's Duerr. She was 93 and she passed away from COVID on Saturday, January 30th. Sue was preceded in death by her husband of 60 years, Dick, who I recognized last meeting, who had also died from COVID just 2 weeks before Sue. And so I just wanted to send my condolences to the family, to have yet another loss in their family. And may Sue and Dick rest in peace and be reunited again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Are there others who wish to recognize or remember someone? Councilor Vihel Koppler, your hand is up, and Councilor Maraworth, your hand is up.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Beverly McCrary, better known to many of us at Santa Fe High as Miss McCrary. She was an English teacher, creative writing teacher. She was one of the coolest teachers I ever remember growing up and going to Santa Fe High School. She, without dating myself, she was a young teacher. I don't know, she might have been in her 20s. I just don't know, but she was so hip. And I always remember she played music during our English class. And it was just like, teachers didn't do that in those days. You know, they were very strict and rulers and all that kind of stuff. But she was just wonderful. And I recently, I'd say in the past 2 years, started running into her in and around Santa Fe. And after not seeing her since Santa Fe High, and she was just the same wonderful, full of spunk and energy person. And it was neat to talk to her as an adult because, you know, obviously I always had great respect and admiration for her when I was in high school, but I was just so saddened to see her obituary in the newspaper. And I don't know what the cause of her death was, but I do know that heaven has a special place for her right now, her and her music. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Maraworth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to send condolences to the family of James F. Fitzpatrick, known as Jim Fitzpatrick or Fitz. He was a dual resident of Santa Fe, Tesuque, and Washington, D.C., a lawyer and a constitutional scholar. And his passing is a loss for his family, and I think the constitutional scholar community, and I just want to send condolences to his family. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to remember someone at this time? I would say a quick word of condolence to my mentee, Max Baumeister. Max lost his grandpa January 6th to not COVID, but to issues surrounding dementia and Alzheimer's. A loss to Max, and Max has struggled to find his way forward, graduating from high school, headed off to college in the fall, we hope. And I want him to know I'm thinking of him and his family and all that he's achieved in spite of COVID. So thoughts and prayers to everyone in our community who is dealing with loss, with illness, and with the effects of COVID in our community. Let's take a minute and bow our heads. Thanks, everybody. So with that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Absolutely. Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councillor Beta,
Here.
Councillor Cassett Sanchez,
You got that here?
there you go. Councillor Garcia,
Present.
Councillor Lindell,
Here.
Councillor Rivera,
Here.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Here.
Councillor Vihel Coppler,
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. And item number 6 is the approval of the agenda. Can we get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councillor Vihel Coppler moved to approve the agenda. Councillor Lindell seconded it. If the clerk could call the roll on that motion, please.
Absolutely. Councillor Beta,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councillor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
The agenda has been approved, Mayor.
Thank you. That brings us to item number 7, which is the consent calendar. Is there anyone on the governing body who wishes to remove something from the consent calendar at this time? I see Councilwoman Villarreal's hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to co-sponsor item B as in boy, 10B.
10B.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additions or changes to the consent calendar? If not, can we get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
There's a motion to approve it as amended, advanced by Councilwoman Villarreal and seconded by Councilor Lindell. If there's no discussion, could the clerk please call the roll on that motion?
Absolutely. Councillor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councillor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
The consent calendar has been approved as amended.
thank you. We have item 8A and 8B. Item 8A, these are both approval of minutes. The first is regular governing body minutes, January 27, 2021. Are there amendments to those minutes?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I have a few.
go ahead. You have the floor.
Let me just get into it. very slow Prime Gov today.
Oh. No worries. Take your time.
Page 1, and of course, the notes I took do not show up on Prime Gov. So as backup, I have my laptop here. And hopefully they'll be in there. So for the invocation, there was a lot of missing pertinent information. And it should say the section that I was remembering Maria, it should say remembered Maria Rita Maria, taken by COVID, mother to one of my childhood friends. She was born in Bonn, New Mexico, and was the youngest daughter of 7 children. And I had said she worked for the DMV. She loved to dance and was a talented painter and incredible cook. I also remembered Richard Dick Durer. His last name is spelled Duerr, who died from COVID, whose death fell between the day he would have received the vaccine and his 91st birthday. And he was survived by his wife and family. And I also remembered Pete Goudale, and it should have said who was shot and killed at his front door, only 40 years of age. And then on page 16, I actually think there's some changes that maybe others from that same Counselor Vihel Koppler recognized somebody, Oscar, I don't know the last name, that was correct on this particular. I don't think it was correct in the notes. And also Counselor Lindell had said her condolences to Mike and Jenny. It should say Meir, not Meyer. And then page 16. If I can get to it. And this is why I told Jesse that Prime Gov's not working. I don't know what to do, y'all, because it's not opening up. I don't know. I'm just waiting for it to open, and it keeps saying that it's expired. So if anyone else,
Councilwoman, if you would like, oh, I apologize. If you would like to send those changes, we can incorporate them into the minutes.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll simply note for the purposes of this, of the minutes, that there are amendments. And so as we approve them, they'll have to be minutes as amended going forward. Are there other changes? Count the city attorney's hand.
Mayor Weber, are you suggesting we postpone approval till the next meeting on these minutes?
We can do that.
Okay, I think that would be best.
Make sure we get them right. Yeah, let's just hold off on 8A until the next meeting. How about 8B?
Move to postpone till the next meeting.
Second.
Thank
The
you.
motion to postpone 8A, is that just 8A, Councilwoman Villarreal, or 8B as well?
Well, I have some changes on B, but we'll see if I can get in them.
Okay, we'll do them one at a time. 8A, there's a motion to postpone consideration of item 8A until the next meeting. There's a second. Could the clerk call the roll on the motion?
Absolutely. Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
and Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Koppler,
Yes,
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, so we'll take that up for next meeting, and by then, hopefully, all of the amendments can be accessed. How about 8B, the special governing body meeting of January 28, 2021? Councilwoman Varel, you have the floor.
Okay, so the one I can find is the amendment on page 6. That's the 5th paragraph. It should read, their past experiences were not congruent with the local community and cultural context they were working in. The feeling remained even during the conversations I had after KDC was selected. That's all I have.
So that would be an amendment to the minutes. Are there other amendments to the minutes of January 28th? So can we get a motion to adopt those minutes, approve those minutes as amended?
Move to approve as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Villarreal has moved to approve the minutes as amended for January 28th, and Councilor Lindell seconded that motion. If the clerk could call the roll.
Absolutely. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. So now, Madam Clerk, if you would take us to, we have presentations on 9A, if you could introduce that for us, please.
Absolutely. Item 9A is the COVID-19 update pursuant to Resolution 2020-51. City Manager Jarrell LePenhill and Interim Director of Community Health and Safety Kira Ochoa are available for the presentation on this item. This is an informational only item.
Thank you. So I turn to the city manager. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. You'll note that this section, we've moved it from matters from city manager up to presentations to give a chance to provide a slightly broader update context on the work we're doing throughout the COVID spectrum, and hope it will also provide an important update for the public as well. So this is our first one to try it in this section, but I think it should work well. I'm going to spend a few minutes. I think by now many people have seen the new big news, which is that Santa Fe County has moved to its yellow status as of today, with numbers posted by DOH. So yes, big round of applause. That is teamwork, team effort, city residents, city employees. A lot of hard work, a lot of mask wearing, following COVID safe practices. I think the cautionary person in me will remind us that this is a moment in time. We worked really hard to get here. I think we have to work really hard to stay here, continue with the focus of getting to green. These numbers, just as a reminder to folks, are pulled every 2 weeks. So as cases stay the same, go down, we'd be closer to green, go up, we'd be closer back to red. So I just wanted to point out a couple of key facts as we're all digesting this information. Do want to acknowledge everything continues to evolve, but a few key points just to note now that Santa Fe County is in yellow. Our mass gathering size increases from 5 to 10 persons, and the vehicles are from 40 to 80. So our order tracks with what the states does. Retail capacity increases from 25 to 33%, other than grocery stores and supermarkets, which are limited by our order at 30%. Indoor dining can go up 25% indoors and 75% outdoors. The indoor ice rink will remain closed. That status is not tied to any of the red, yellow, or green statuses as laid out by the governor's orders. And gyms are still limited in capacity, 25%, but the maximum limit goes up to 125 people. So good news, exciting news. We still, of course, operate with diligence, with vigilance, maintaining our COVID safe practices. But just to give a preview, we are working toward the opening of Fort Marcy. The plan is to have that be open on February 17th. There is a union notification that is required, which is why that date is not tomorrow. So we will continue to work with our team, work with our residents. That will all be done with using the similar COVID safe practices as GCCC appointments. So stand by, stay tuned for more details on how that will all work. But really, exciting news for our residents, exciting news for our staff. So that's where we are with the county and our colors. Again, if things change, we have a review every 2 weeks. So we want to keep trending in the right direction. But with that, I want to turn it over to Kira, who's going to walk you through our partnership with DOH and a lot of the work being done around testing and vaccination. Kira, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you. As some of you may know, Kyle Mason, Office of Emergency Director, and me, Management Director, and myself meet weekly for a coordinating meeting. This is with Department of Health, with the county and Christus, Presbyterian hospitals, and our local clinics. And the intention of the meeting is really to coordinate issues to do with vaccine, but we also touch on testing. And so I just wanted to give you, we met earlier today, some highlights from that meeting. As Jarrell mentioned, and as the good news shows, the county is now in yellow, and I will share this with you with your permission. Some of you probably look at this very frequently. What does this mean? Just a reminder for everyone. It means that we are looking at a test positivity rate right now of 4.22%. And that means we're below that 5% that was keeping us, we're very close to the 5%. We're also at cases per 100,000 of 20.7. That's why we're not in the green yet, but we hope to get there soon. I also don't believe in doom or gloom, but excuse me, when we look at where we've come from, I'm sorry, we want to really just keep in mind that our numbers have gone, forgive me, our numbers have gone up and up, and now we're leveling off and starting to see some downticks in that curve. So we're really starting to turn the curve, but we have to keep being vigilant. From the coordinating meeting today, we learned that the state modeling analytics team, that is Human Services Department, Department of Health, and the LANL folks are seeing a 16% decrease in transmission statewide that they are connecting to the fact that we're getting more vaccines out, which is very encouraging. And Santa Fe's numbers are expected to be, are stable right now and expected to decrease. Our hospitals are definitely reporting that they're seeing decreases in the number of COVID patients, which is very encouraging. And in terms of vaccination and report outs, these are from our partners at DOH. They've done 5,000 vaccinations in Santa Fe County. They've done about 2,000 at our local federally qualified health centers. And Christus has done close to 10,000 vaccines. Presbyterian Hospital didn't have their local numbers yet, but overall our partners reported about 16,000 vaccines in Santa Fe County, which does not include vaccines given by the pharmacies who are kind of operating a little bit independently. So we are talking with that group about whether it makes sense to plan a large vaccination event. And we are going to be planning for that in hopes that we'll get enough vaccine to really make that possible. So we're talking about venues, we're talking about dates, and we're talking about basically all of those partners pooling their vaccination resources to offer a large scale vaccination event here in Santa Fe. And then basically just that we are also concerned about working on how to get everyone registered on the Department of Health vaccination site. It's not easy for everyone, especially folks that are not as internet savvy. And so we are brainstorming with our partners various ways to make that happen. We had a really great meeting earlier today with, I had a great meeting with members of the Fiesta Council who have offered to help with seniors, getting them signed up. And we're brainstorming how to use the Connect program to get folks signed up and supported in the sign up. It's not just a one-time thing. As you know, you get signed up, you get responses back. And so there's a concern that we want to get everybody we can registered on that site. So those are really the highlights from the coordinating meeting. And that happens, as I say, every Wednesday. So I can, if it's of interest, I can report back to this council what's going on with the coordination. And also, as you know, we've submitted our COVID report, and the community health and safety team is here. We have Chief Dio, we have Assistant Chief Brian Moya for Paul Babcock, Kyle Mason here, and of course, Director Salazar here to answer questions about that report for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job for bringing us up to speed. Are there questions for either for any of the players on that group? Councilor Casas Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Kira, for the update on the vaccine efforts. I'm really excited to hear that we are looking at some of the possibilities of creating a mass vaccine event. As I mentioned before, I'm really concerned about the 87507 zip code and making sure that individuals who are over there can get to the places where vaccines are being distributed. So as we're looking at venues, I really encourage everybody to look at that part of town where there can be some further barriers to getting that health care. I am curious, you briefly touched on them with the pharmacies, and have the pharmacies been brought kind of under the umbrella of DOH yet, or is there any coordination happening there right now?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Casas Sanchez, there are efforts underway to do that, but as of yet, they're not fully on board. Ideally, everybody is using the Department of Health tracking system and going according to the vaccination eligibility plan. As everyone here may know, we are in 1B still, but we're within 1B. Those eligible are those 75 or older, or those 16 or older with underlying chronic condition or certain underlying chronic conditions, as well as everybody from 1A, who are all the healthcare providers and medical first responders. So ideally, the pharmacies participate in that process. And I know there are efforts at the state level to bring them into that process. But as of yet, that's not currently happening, which is why we see sort of disparate numbers and disparate, a little bit, let's just say a little bit messy process in terms of people getting vaccinated.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I was curious about that, as we've had some experience in my family with the pharmacies, and there have been some questions there. So hopefully next time we get an update from you, we'll hear that DOH has managed to bring them into the fold so we can all be coordinating. I did want to say a thank you to your police department. I was actually driving by two of the sites that are repeat COVID calls, that we've gotten repeat COVID calls. And both times that I drove by these sites, I did see police officers actually there. So I appreciate, taking that feedback of looking into these places that have had that, who have had multiple calls coming in about potential violations, and that they are looking at those. So thank you for that. I didn't have any further questions today.
Thank you, Councilor. Other questions for this update regarding COVID-19 and vaccinations and testing? If not, thank you for presenting. Could the clerk take us to 9B?
Yes, absolutely. Item 9B is a department overview of the Santa Fe River storage and release requirements under the Rio Grande Compact. And Jesse Roach, the Water Division Director, will be providing the information-only presentation.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you for having me. After announcing last month that City of Santa Fe Water would be releasing water to the Santa Fe River and then postponing that release twice and ultimately canceling it, we thought that it would be a good idea to provide some information to the governing body as to what had happened. And so I have a presentation that I will share, and it should take me about 15 minutes to get through it. I'm happy to be interrupted with questions as I go or to answer questions at the end. And Marcos Martinez is also available to help with questions. So I will share.
Jesse, do you have access to share your screen, or do we need to? Yeah, there you go.
I do, thank you.
Good.
Okay, so this is an aerial view of McClure Reservoir in the upper watershed. And as an aside, the background and my virtual background is this spillway from McClure. So the Rio Grande Compact was signed in Santa Fe by Colorado, New Mexico, and Texas in 1938. The New Mexico state engineer at the time was Thomas McClure, for whom our reservoir is named. New Mexico's compact obligation is based on flows at Ottawa gauge and is met by flows into Elephant Butte Reservoir. I'll show a map on the next slide. In 1929, although this agreement was actually signed in 1938, the three states had agreed previously that 1929 would sort of be the baseline year upon which much of this would be based. And so reservoirs constructed after 1929 in, quote, the drainage basin of the Rio Grande between Lobatos and San Marcial are subject to provisions in the Rio Grande Compact. At this time, only Nichols and McClure are reservoirs, and El Vado have post-1929 pools and store native water. So those are the reservoirs we'll be talking about. Storage of San Juan Chama water does not fall under the provisions of the compact. This is a map of the upper Rio Grande Basin. Deliveries from Colorado to New Mexico are measured at the Lobatos gauge, which is on the river near the state line. New Mexico's obligation for deliveries downstream are determined based on how much water flows past the Ottawa gauge, which is just north of us. It's actually, when you drive from Santa Fe to Los Alamos, if you look downstream as you cross the Rio Grande River, you would see the Ottawa gauge. So that's where that's located. And then the actual deliveries are measured at Elephant Butte in southern New Mexico. Since the compact went into effect, this is a chart showing sort of New Mexico's cumulative balance. And you can see that immediately New Mexico went into a debit status. And in other words, we are delivering less water than we should have been. We pulled ourselves out of that by the 70s, dipped back in the 80s. And then for the purposes of this talk, I sort of want to point out that since the 80s, we've essentially been in a credit status. So we don't really have institutional memory in the water division of what it means to be in debit until the last couple of years. Last year, starting 2020, New Mexico started with about 40,000 acre feet of debit and is predicted this year to be at about 100,000 acre feet of debit. They're working out that accounting sort of as we speak. So Nichols and McClure reservoirs were built. McClure was built in 1926, so pre-compact, but at only 561 acre feet. It was expanded several times, most recently in the 1990s, and now has over 3,000 acre feet of storage. Nichols was built in 1943, so also post-compact, and has a smaller storage capacity than McClure at 664 acre feet. This 561 acre feet that were in McClure pre-1929, plus 500 acre feet that were in 2 Mile Reservoir pre-1929, add up to 1,061 acre feet of what is known as our pre-compact pool. That means that amount of storage we can use without any concern as to compact obligations. The remaining 2,860 acre feet of storage that we currently have in these two reservoirs is subject to the Rio Grande Compact. This is a aerial view of the smaller downstream Nichols Reservoir, and then McClure, the larger, further upstream in the closed Santa Fe River watershed. There are three main provisions in the Rio Grande Compact that govern how we can use that post-compact storage. Article 6 came into play this year and says that if New Mexico is in debit to Texas, we must store our proportion of debit water in that post-1929 pool before we can use that space for our own use. I'll give some specific numbers on what that meant this year on the next slide. Article 7 is one that folks may have heard of before this year, and it basically says that if there's less water that's available for downstream release in Elephant Butte and Caballo. Caballo is a small reservoir just downstream of Elephant Butte, sort of like Nichols downstream of McClure. But if storage in those two reservoirs that can be released downstream for use in compact Texas falls below 400,000 acre feet, then we can't add native water to storage in Nichols or McClure. We do have a couple of ways around that, but that's really getting into the weeds, so I won't talk about them. We can talk about them more if folks have questions. Article 8 essentially ties back to Article 6 and says that during the month of January of any year, Texas can demand of New Mexico the release of water from storage reservoirs constructed after 1929 to the amount of the accrued debits, and such releases shall be made at the greatest rate practicable under the conditions then prevailing. So this is what happened this year in January. Again, just a reminder that we've mostly been in a credit status, and in 2020 was the first time since the 70s, we believe, that City of Santa Fe was asked to store this debit water, as it's known. So according to Article 6, we need to store it. In 2020, as I said, New Mexico entered the year with 38,800 acre feet of accrued debit to Texas, and we were asked to store debit water. And the way that that number was figured out was that we have only 2.4% of the total post-1929 storage available for native water. So El Vado is a much larger reservoir and has almost 98% of that space. So as a result, we were asked to store 2.4% of the debit, or 948 acre feet, meaning of the roughly almost 3,000 acre feet of storage that we have post-compact storage. Before we could start to use it, the first 948 acre feet that we put into storage would be sort of earmarked as belonging to as debit water that we needed to deliver downstream. El Vado stored the remaining almost 38,000 acre feet. We were expecting to be asked by the state of New Mexico to release this stored water in November or December. But as you'll remember, or as you may remember, there were very dry conditions on the Rio Grande this past summer, and New Mexico appealed to Texas in July for permission to make emergency releases of this debit water from El Vado during the irrigation season, and that permission was granted. And some of the headlines in early July were talking about that permission. And essentially that water allowed New Mexico to keep the Rio Grande wet and sort of prop up flows in the river for July and into August. So there was no request for us to release from Nichols during irrigation season or in November or December. But on January 6th of this year, Texas invoked Article 8 and requested of New Mexico that the remaining debit water be released by the end of the month at the greatest rate practicable. So we have two options. Fortunately for us, we have San Juan Chama water, and so we end up with two options on how to release this 948 acre feet. We can release it from Nichols per our compact obligation, or we can release it from Abiquiu through a paper exchange where we suddenly transfer an equal amount of native water to Abiquiu and San Juan Chama water to Nichols and McClure. This is entirely a paper transfer, but then we release the native water to the Chama system instead of releasing the native water to the Santa Fe River system. There are advantages to each. The advantages to releasing from Abiquiu, there are energy advantages because the water in the Santa Fe reservoirs has already been put at a high elevation, over 7,400 feet. And so we don't have to pump this water up from the Rio Grande to replace it if we release it, if we don't release it from the Santa Fe rivers. Similarly, this is higher water quality. So if we're treating higher water quality, there's an advantage there instead of treating an equal amount from the Rio Grande. There are also advantages to releasing from Nichols. There's an aesthetic advantage to having a nice large flow going through town. There are hydrologic advantages in terms of recharging our local aquifers and rebuilding soil moisture in the channel. And there are potential scientific advantages to getting a better handle on what the recharge rates are when we have wet water in the Santa Fe River, how much gets to our aquifers. We also would like to know how much of the released water would make it to the Rio Grande, and it would have been helpful to know what the river itself would have looked like at specific pinch points with a constant about 20 cubic foot per second flow. So we were notified of the need to make this release, and we spent a few days talking with the state about potentially splitting that release, and we were granted the ability to split the release so that we could release most of it from Abiquiu by exchange, but release some amount, and in this case we landed on 200 acre feet from Nichols to the Santa Fe River, and that amount was chosen because 20 cubic feet per second, or CFS, is the greatest amount we can release from that dam. And at that rate, it would take 5 days to release 200 acre feet, and 5 days was recommended by hydrologists for the observations we wanted to make of that flow. On January 12th, we attempted staff level communication with Coche de Pueblo because we wanted access to all the way to the Rio Grande to monitor the fate of this release. On January 14th, Mayor Weber came to bat for us and sent an email on our behalf to Coche de Pueblo. And by the January 15th, we started to understand the expectations for what's known as tribal consultation. And so the next week we sent formal letters from Mayor Weber to 10 different pueblos requesting a consultation. We also asked New Mexico if we could have more time to make this release, and that was not granted, which makes sense within the context of New Mexico-Texas relations and the small amount of water we were talking about. And we met with leadership and representatives from 4 pueblos on the 27th. And then as a result of that meeting on the 28th, we canceled the release from Nichols and moved the release to Abiquiu. So I want to kind of circle back to what we learned about what is tribal consultation. So federal and New Mexico state agencies are required to consult with tribal governments when they develop programs, policies, or activities that will affect Native populations. We don't have any such guiding legislation, but tribal consultation was desired by the Pueblos for the proposed Nichols release. And it has become an expectation and sort of the right thing to do in interactions with Pueblos. So we hosted a virtual meeting on January 27th. We had governors from Cochiti and Tesuque Pueblo and Mayor Weber in attendance. And there were tribal concerns associated with a 5-day release, including water quality and potential damage to sacred sites. And we were not in a good bargaining position. We didn't really have much to offer in terms of reducing the rate of release or extending the release. We were in a bit of a corner from that perspective. We were not granted access to Coche de Pueblo to monitor those releases, and sort of at the end of that judge that making the release was not in the best interest of neighborly relations. So we made the decision to move this debit water release from Nichols to Abiquiu by exchange. So the lessons learned, a big one on better understanding of communication with Pueblos, the consultation process, the sort of protocol associated with the government-to-government communication, and the time that we need to really do that correctly. We just did not have enough time to do it right, even if we'd understood the process at the outset. So that was a big lesson learned. I'm glad that we were able to go through it and learn in a situation where there wasn't a huge downside to us not being able to make that release. If we do store debit water again, we will consult with the Pueblos during irrigation season and try to develop a mutually agreeable set of parameters under which we could release some amount of water into the Santa Fe River during the winter. And as an aside, we will not store debit water this year because Article 7 conditions are in effect, meaning storage levels are so low in Elephant Butte and Caballo that we really aren't meant to use that space anyway. So we will not be requested to store debit water this year. That is the end of the presentation. And with that, Marcos and I would be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Jesse. If you want to unshare your screen so we can see everybody on the screen, it makes it a little easier to see who's raising hands for questions. So are there questions or comments for Jesse and or Marcos? Councilor Villacopla, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, under the lessons learned, I can appreciate better understanding of communication with Pueblos and such. Jesse, is there value in also including acequia associations that are downstream?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villacopla, that is an excellent point, and there is value in the acequias downstream, the traditional communities downstream, the county. And so I think that although there's something called formal consultation for tribes, the overall communication plan next time would include maybe not, we might not call it formal consultation, but a communication process with the traditional communities, the county, everyone sort of downstream.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Other questions for Jesse and or Marcos? Councilor Melworth, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Just a question. So one of the things that we would have benefited from this release is that, and that you wanted to see, is whether the water reached the Rio Grande, and that would give us definitive proof that we are, I guess, a tributary to the Rio Grande. If the water hadn't reached, what's the impact of that information? Because I think when the compact was signed, we were a tributary and the water did reach that far, but lots of things have happened since the 20s and 30s, and we might not be a tributary. What's the impact of knowing that?
Councilor Romero-Worth and members of council, that's a great question. And for those who aren't as familiar with the Santa Fe River, when the compact was signed in 1938, we were directly tributary, but in the early 1970s, Cochiti Dam was built, and the very end of Cochiti Dam crosses the Santa Fe River, and we no longer know sort of how much water that is released to the Santa Fe River reaches the Rio Grande. It seems fairly clear from looking at aerial photography that some amount does, and we also have anecdotal evidence that at high enough flows, there is a channel that is activated that flows directly to the active reservoir pool. But it also, aerial imagery suggests that water goes under the end of the dam and comes back out and then flows to the river. So the lower Santa Fe River at the actual confluence is flowing much of the year, but we don't know kind of the numbers. It is a very interesting question as to what it would mean if we were not, if we could prove that we were not tributary at all, I think, and Marcos could speak to this, but an argument could be made that we shouldn't be held to these provisions of the Rio Grande Compact. If we could show that a certain amount of water does reach the Rio Grande, it may benefit us in terms of getting return flow credits for some of our well pumping in terms of returning water to the Rio Grande further downstream.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilor Romero-Wirth, I think Jesse basically answered the question. My perspective is that the state wants to continue this operating under this legal fiction right now, and because basically the Rio Grande Compact designated a basin area for the Rio Grande at the time of its signing, I think it would be very difficult to change the underlying assumptions that existed at the time that the compact was entered into by the three states. And so since the Santa Fe River was considered a tributary at the time of signing, that is going to be the presumption under which the state would want to operate. So it would take probably some kind of action by the Rio Grande Compact Commission itself to remove Santa Fe from its accounting.
Okay, it's just sort of, it's an interesting problem, because if we're in debt to Texas and we're supposed to, pay back that debt with water that's being stored in our reservoirs, and then that water doesn't even reach Texas, it seems like something that we want to know, so that we use that resource that's continuing to be more and more valuable in a way that is efficient, and I don't know, we don't want to be wasting it, I guess. So, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Other questions? Okay, thank you very much for the briefing, Jesse and Marcos. Very helpful. We'll keep an eye on it as it goes forward. Madam Clerk, could you lead us into item C and the folks who will be presenting that item, please?
Yes, Mayor. Item C is the Economic Development Department overview of the Midtown Biweekly Development Update Report. Director Rich Brown is available, as well as Daniel Hernandez, the project director, and Andrea Salazar, our assistant city attorney, to present. And again, this is an informational only item.
Rich, are you taking it over?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening to the members of the governing body. I'm just going to share my screen real quick so that we are prepared. There we go. So as we stated in our last public meeting regarding the Midtown Development Project, our staff team has created a series of bi-weekly progress reports that we're excited tonight to launch and share. I'll be joined in this presentation of slides with the development planning partners, Daniel Hernandez, who's our Midtown project manager, and not Andrea Salazar, our staff legal, but Dina Belzer, who's the president of strategic economics. And they will, along with me, take you through the first look at the progress report framework and help you understand, or help us understand, the current evolving development and disposition considerations that we will talk about later, and the way forward. So this presentation, which copies will be distributed publicly afterwards, will hopefully help you comprehend the options available for our discussion at the next meeting, which is February 24th. So with that, I want to start with a background, and then turn it over to Daniel and Dina. So from a progress report standpoint, we started a competitive solicitation process, which was a meet developer, and opened it to select the highest ranking master developer, and entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement, which we call an ENA. Through that negotiating agreement that started in May, we ended up in December having a planning workshop, which we call a charrette, and it uncovered some critical development concerns that were raised as part of developers' site evaluation, the diligence and assessment, and which led to actually a mutual termination of that agreement. We were with you at the last meeting to talk about that agreement, and we're moving forward in the next direction. So we are moving forward first with these progress reports, and we're hoping that with these reports, they'll come out bi-weekly. It's our commitment to transparency and create sort of an understanding of, for the public and for the governing body, of what are the critical pre-development issues that we have going forward, help you understand the mindset of development, understand the disposition considerations, understanding the finance considerations on a bi-weekly basis. But we wanted to sort of start this off as a framework information discussion because there's a lot that's covered in the documents that we shared in the packet. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Daniel, and he will talk about the development concerns that we are working through. And then from there, we'll turn it over to Dina to take you through what the moving forward process is. Daniel?
Thanks,
Sure.
Can you hear me okay? Just a thumbs up, yes. Good evening, everybody. This is the start, a relaunch really of a strategy that we have been wanting to put in place for a long time. We know that there's been interest in hearing more and more often about the progress of Midtown and the decisions and thinking and everything else that goes behind a project like this, and to bring it forward so that people have a shared understanding that we can build over time together, so that as decisions are made, there's at least information based that inform those decisions. So we're trying to open the door as wide as possible to engaging people in that shared understanding. Through the process with the previous master developer and with the project team within City Hall and Mayor's administration, there were really 7 big development concerns that can be categorized, well, 7 development concerns. And we put them in this order in order to be able to establish a set of teams to address these at really focused, meaningful levels. The teams are made up primarily of directors of various offices within the city's administration, and as well as staff people who know have a lot of information about Midtown that can be directly applied to creating recommendations to the governing body in the future, as well as strategies for moving things forward. So in many ways, I think that there was this understanding that, wow, the developer withdrew. What does that mean for us? How do we move forward? So we're framing all of the work from here forward as Midtown moving forward. So these are the 7 areas that were of critical concern. We will be coming back to council at the end of this month with some preliminary principles and recommendations for ways that we can move forward. They all have investment considerations, and we'll talk about those this evening with Dina. But we're setting the stage right now for future decisions and discussions. Next slide. So these decisions are really various levels of investment, and these investment range as the governing body thinks and affirms their goals that are specific to this site. So again, we will be coming back regularly with progress reports as well as presentations, so that they're just not just sort of hypothetical or sort of lack understanding from the public's perspective, but we're trying to bring as much information forward so that people understand the underlying issues that we're all dealing with. Finally, all of the goals that the governing body will affirm have a range throughout on a continuum, on a perspective, from just what everyone realizes are the economic returns that people want to see, but also the community benefits that people want to understand how we're dealing with them. So those are the goals that they've affirmed in the past. They'll reaffirm some of them, and then with reaffirming that, understand the level of investment they will have to agree to in order to achieve those goals. Next slide. So this is when I turn it over to Dina Belzer. She's the president of Strategic Economics. She's been working with us for a long time, knows the site really well, has deep experience across the country on urban development projects like the one at Midtown, working with cities, public utility companies with large land holdings who want to figure out strategies for disposition, who also work with them on setting those goals and what the investment requirements are for achieving those goals. So I'll turn it over to Dina. Dina?
I think she's there.
It's the old unmute trick. Now you can hear me, right? Okay, great. Hi, everybody. Good evening to you, to the governing body. It's really great to be here, and I am excited to be moving forward with you all. So next slide. As Daniel said, I'm really here tonight to help give some background and set some context, and there are 4 presentation points that I want to cover. One is to acknowledge the city's goals and guiding principles for the Midtown site, because with a big piece of public real estate like this, you always have to start with the goals, what the public wants to accomplish, very different from what a private sector developer would look at. We want to give you some background and context for decisions that have already been made with respect to the site, and to understand more of it as a resource. We want to position the site within the market value and give some perspective on what kinds of roles the city could take with respect to future investment in order to create value. And then just preliminarily, we're going to review what some strategies could look like, but there's nothing, this is just the start of a long conversation. And as Rich said, we'll be back in 2 weeks to continue the conversation. So next slide. Again, first of all, there are 3 kinds of goals for Midtown. And I think it's really important to put these goals all together in one place and really think about them. The long-term community goals date back to resolutions that the governing body started adopting as early as 2017, 2018. These are very important and have been consistently validated. So there's a desire to keep some component of higher education on the site, to have housing for all incomes, so mixed income housing, to continue to grow the film and multimedia industry in Santa Fe. And what we've learned in the work that we've been doing so far is there's a very significant nexus between, well, and let me say the 4th goal is to foster Santa Fe's community arts and cultural communities. And in fact, there's a very strong nexus among all 4 of these goals. They all work in concert with each other, and you could make progress on 1 or 2 or 3 of them, but the best outcome would be that they all help build each other through synergy. But let's not forget the financial goals. These are also very important. The city of Santa Fe is paying out money every month to continue to operate the Midtown campus, to pay debt service. And this comes within the context of the city's full financial picture. We've been spending a lot of time talking to Brad and to Mary McCoy about how the city thinks generally about your discretionary revenues, how you think about spending. And we know that this is an issue. We really want to acknowledge that being able to have the site begin to sort of stand itself up, as you will, and generate some revenue and be less of a drain on the general fund, and eventually reverse that drain and begin to contribute back is an important financial goal. That's a second sort of set of goals that has to be weighed and balanced against these long-term community goals. And then finally, the other financial goal is to create as much potential economic value as possible. And again, there are trade-offs across these goals, no question about it. And then finally, in terms of the actual mechanics of the development process, as Rich just said, we want to be transparent. We also want to be inclusive. Community outreach and hearing the community's voice is very important. Sustainability is an important goal for the development project, and equity, which then ties back to the idea of housing for all, but also there's an inclusivity component to the other goals as well. Inclusivity is part of the entire conversation. Next slide. So again, Rich went through this, but I will just go through this again in terms of the city released the REFI, that we got some interesting, good responses. My team worked with the city staff to help evaluate those responses. The selection committee ranked the master developers. One developer was selected to enter into this exclusive negotiating agreement. And then what happens a year ago, COVID hits. And the pandemic has really changed a lot of the market dynamics. So while the master developer did sign the ENA, then they had to do all of their evaluation of the site within the context of the changing landscape of the marketplace as a result of the impact of COVID-19. And we cannot ignore or sort of wish that away. It definitely had a big impact on their thinking. Next slide. So we got what we did get in terms of engaging with the master developer and going through this charrette, this intensive meeting in December, where we really got a chance to clearly flush out all of the concerns that the developer raised. We see this as what we call a market sounding. It's a way to get feedback from the private sector, really understand their perspective on these issues. And although this particular master developer had their particular spin on the issues are what they are. We as professionals agree with the challenges that they see it. We might not have agreed with the ways that they were approaching solving the problems, but I think it's very helpful feedback to listen to what they're saying. And what we're hearing is that the Midtown asset today is a distressed asset. And that the developer made a series of assumptions about how they thought they could move forward. And what they concluded is that that significant public investment would be needed to design and build the infrastructure. They, again, really address zoning and land use issues as needing to be resolved. These things all create issues around risk and uncertainty and timing. All these things are important. We heard about the need for additional points of access and circulation to get in and out of the site. There's a lot of uncertainty around the timing of when infrastructure would need to be built, how it might be implemented, against the timing of when future project revenues would start to come in. And this is really where COVID had the biggest impact, was on the uncertainty around commercial and certain nonprofit uses that were very impacted for a variety of reasons by the pandemic. So based on these factors, all of which are challenging, the developer, the particular master developer to whom we were speaking, determined that the investment needed to really, for them to put their capital at risk, the risk was too high. They didn't see enough of an opportunity for a return. So next slide, please. So what does this mean? How do we understand the master developer's decision in terms of the way a developer would look at this site? So I'm just going to put some charts up for you here and give you a little bit of real estate development 101 and try to be as clear about this as I can. So you see the green bar on the left of this slide shows development value, and every developer has a different way of evaluating what they think the value of the site would be. It's based on the mix of development types and uses, the intensity of the development, what they think the sales prices or rents would be, what their own goals are for return on investment. Do they want to build a project and sell it? Do they want to build it and hold it? Value is in the eyes of every individual beholder. However, once the developer has created what they consider to be the value proposition, then they look on the cost side, and they have basically three major components of cost. One is what their return is, and that return number is variable. It can go up or down depending on, again, on what their thresholds are. But then there are the fixed costs, and you see that this is the largest component of cost, and these are not something the developer controls. These include the construction costs for the buildings themselves, the costs to prepare the site for development, the costs of infrastructure construction. All of these are fixed, and what it costs to build a square foot of a certain kind of housing type on the Midtown site is the same as a cost to build a square foot of housing anyplace else in Santa Fe. And in some cases, it's the same in Santa Fe as it is in Los Angeles. But the development value is different depending on where you are. And then what the developer says is we've got the development value, we subtract what we think our return needs to be, we subtract what we think the fixed costs will be, and then we negotiate on a land value. So we call that a residual land value because land value is also a variable cost, and it's usually determined as the residual or left over of the costs against the values. So if the developer knows they can make their investment return and their fixed development costs, whatever is left over from their development value, that's what they're willing to pay for land. So again, it's a variable cost, but it's negotiable because then the developer will negotiate with the property owner to set the right price. Next slide. When those two bars stack up, then you have a project, and you can have a relatively high residual land value or potential land value if the green bar is high enough. But depending on the risk and the way that the developer associates their thought process, they might determine that the fixed costs are high, there's a lot of risk, and therefore they have a higher return that they want out of the project, and it pushes the land value down. Or it might be that that blue bar is just too high, and it pushes their return to be too small a tranche, and then they can't afford anything for the land value. So from the developer's perspective, they just don't think that the math works for them in terms of the value relative to the costs. And they want this particular master developer walked away because they just didn't see the math working right for them. And they weren't willing to put out any further money towards the land because they just didn't see that they could recoup enough of the green stuff there. Next slide. So I want to say that what we call residual land value is only one way to express property value, because you might say, well, residual land value, how can that number go up or down? We've had an appraisal done. It showed the site was worth $36.1 million. We've already invested $41 million in the site to improve it in various kinds of ways. Why can't we just get that same amount? But the problem is that, as I just showed you, the appraisal or the sunk costs don't line up in terms of the relative comparison of the green bar to the blue bar, etc. So this residual land value really reflects the way the developer thinks about value, not the way these other methods for valuing land do. And all these numbers are right. They're not wrong, they're all right. But where you get into a sale or a transaction with someone who wants to buy the land, they're going to be thinking about it using this residual land value method, not necessarily an appraisal. And appraisals work really well with an individual building or a piece of land that's going to be sold for a single use where there's a lot of certainty. But with a campus like this, where there's a lot of reuse, where there are a lot of buildings, where there's a lot of uncertainty, the value of an appraisal also becomes somewhat diminished, because it's hard to gauge what a comparable sale would look like. So we can talk about appraisals later if there are questions about that. Next slide, please. So what now? How are we going to move forward? So the city has a lot of options to reduce risk and uncertainty by making certain kinds of targeted investments. And some of these investments can be relatively small. They're primarily staff time, and they might be things that the staff would need to do anyway. Some of these might cost more money. So for example, we're doing the work necessary to get this site eligible for state brownfields money to remediate or clean up environmental regulations. Might not be that big a deal. It's not that big a cost, but it's one step in terms of increasing value. Investing in more investigation of the infrastructure to really get a handle around what is really needed. And my understanding is that mostly this would focus on the electric system and the gas system, that the sewer and water systems are in pretty good shape. But how do those things get, what is the real issue here? How could that be phased? What does that look like? Again, that's a study. It's not saying that the city is necessarily going to pay for all the infrastructure. The city could decide they want to do that, but that's not the first level of investment, and so forth. So you can see that the more investment the city puts in, the more that risk is reduced and the more value is created here. So that's the general theory, or generally the way this works. So next slide. And the other thing is that there are a series of decision points. This is on a continuum. So again, we'll be coming back to you in 2 weeks to talk a little bit more about these decision points, but I just thought I would lay them out here in these time frames. The near term, 6 to 12 months, that's just a sort of a such as time frame. Could take a little less time, could take a little more time, but I'm just trying to give you an idea of kind of how this could work. So in the immediate term is the as is option. The near term would be where there would be some high impact actions taken. And then the long term would require staying in for longer. And the city can decide to sell the site at any time, but the amount of return will also vary depending on what the city has put in terms of effort to reduce risk and uncertainty. And then making this decision also really depends on how the city wants to think about achieving the trade-off on the economic returns against these, the simple economic return around reducing the amount of money the city spends every month to really trying to maximize the value and really optimize the achievement of community goals. Next slide. So here's sort of fleshing out these decision points. So if we try to sell the site as is, we're thinking about this as a garage sale. Basically, we're opening up the doors to our Midtown garage and saying, here's this asset, who's interested in buying it? And it could be like any garage sale where there are some objects in there that could show up on Antiques Roadshow and be worth a lot of money. But there could also be a lot of things that nobody wants. And so at the end of the day, the city might have sold off the best assets, the best buildings, the best parcels, but then the lowest value property could still be left in the city's ownership. And then the city is sort of back to square one in terms of trying to figure out what to do with that property. And developers may buy property, or they may want to negotiate the same kinds of deals that the master developer has already raised. What are you going to do about infrastructure? What are you going to do about access? I can only pay this much for the land. And given that the developers might come in arguing that this is a distressed asset, they might say that the costs are so high to just get a building out of the ground that there's no leftover for me to provide certain kinds of community benefits, or there's not enough value created to really contribute to those community benefits. Now, selling may reduce the operating costs, but it doesn't mean that doesn't allow the city to really capture some of the upside of the future value that would be created. So next slide. Now this is where the city makes some near-term investments. And as I said, in the near term, the majority of this investment would be in continued time for staff and consultants to continue to get a clearer picture of what's going on, but it helps create more of an understanding of how to move forward. It also allows for more opportunity to create potential across some of the kinds of goals that the city has. Again, we've listed out some of these same bullet points that were on the previous slide, so I don't want to go through them all, but you get the idea, right? And this path does leave the option open to do what we're calling incremental disposition. The city could decide in 6 months that it's a good idea to sell like the most valuable asset because that money could go back into building more value. There could be a lot of strategic decisions that could be made. And it also gives the city a little bit more leverage over how the city wants to go about combining some kind of a disposition or sales strategy with determining how you want to achieve some of your community goals. So next slide. And then there's this future value, and this would be done incrementally. And again, it could start in 6 months and continue over time, where the city does potentially start selling or ground leasing property, but it's done within the framework of a longer term plan. This could require considerable resources from the city depending on decisions are made. But this also has the most potential for the city to both participate in the economic value that's created down the road. And it also gives the city the most control and ability to kind of determine how it would go about meeting some of these community goals. And I should add that this incremental disposition does not preclude working with a master developer again in the future, or it might mean that the city starts disposing of some of these parcels. Working with a master developer also does not preclude the city being involved in an ongoing basis, particularly with some of the infrastructure issues. That might be something where there's just a need for the city and a developer or a third party entity to partner on something like that. So there are a lot of possibilities. Next slide. So just to bring it back to the goals, as you recall, we had 3 sets of community goals: the higher education, mixed income housing, film and media, and arts and culture. And this just illustrates that as we go forward over time, there are more options and opportunity to capture and create more of these goals. So this is not to say that this is what should be done, and whatever does get done is probably going to be some combination of all of these things. But it just gives you some sense of how these things sort of fit together. The only dot that doesn't get filled in over time is the offset of costs. And it may be that the city decides that there's certain costs that the city wants to continue to take on over time because it really helps to achieve some of the community goals in certain kinds of ways. Or it contributes more to the green infrastructure, to the equitable or inclusive nature of the project. But again, these are decisions that can be made over time and incrementally. So I'm gonna stop there and have one final slide, which is to just say that we'll be back in 2 weeks to talk with you more about specific options. Strategic Economics has been participating on the public finance tactical team, and our subconsultant Opticos Design has been working on the land use and development team. So you'll continue to see us as part of this process, at least for a while. So with that, I'm gonna stop and answer questions.
Thank you, Rich and Daniel and Dina. Councilor Garcia's hand is up. Please do raise your hand if you want to ask questions of our team. Go ahead, Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Brown, Mr. Hernandez, and Ms. Meltzer for the presentation. Lots of information to unpack. So if you wouldn't mind, please sending that on over, or if we can post it online, part of the packet. That way the public can access it as well.
Yeah.
But thank you for the thorough review. I really appreciate it. I think, you know, as we went through the termination a couple of weeks ago, there was lots of questions, and the picture's starting to form around what the next steps are. So I really appreciate that. And there probably will be a lot of questions regarding the next meeting after I kind of am able to go through the presentation a little more in depth. I appreciate the kind of initial steps, in regards to, I think, the recommendation you made around the garage sale. I mean, I would be.
That's not a recommendation. Let me be really clear. It's a characterization.
Okay. Well, I would highly advise we don't even look at that route. because we've all heard the stories of where a garage sale attendee happens upon the sale and finds a $5 million Billy the Kid picture. The owner doesn't know what they have and they sell it for 75 cents. I think in this instance, we know what we have with the campus property, and we want to ensure that we're not giving it away. I think it's clear that there is investment that's going to need to be done with this property with whatever direction we take. But I would advise that we don't even go down that route. We don't have staff spend time looking at that, because I would be an absolute no vote. You mentioned the group of 7 teams that is made up. I think it's you said it was made up of city employees. Is that who makes up the 7 teams?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that's correct.
Okay.
City staff, yeah.
Based on the topics of, I think it was said that what was most relevant in regards to the property. And it would be nice to know which staff is on these teams, just to know their expertise. That was, I guess, one of my concerns when we went through the RFEI process. I had some concerns in regards to the teams that reviewed the applications. Usually when you go through a very intensive process, you have folks that have lots of experience on the matter. And I was surprised we didn't have external folks reviewing versus keeping it in-house. So with that, I'd like to know, and it doesn't have to be shared with me now, it can be shared with, I'd say share with all the councilors and the governing body members, who is the makeup of these teams, because it'd be nice to know who is going to be working on providing these recommendations.
Councilor,
as we
answer your question, can I
sure.
Right to your question? In your packet,
absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councilor, in your packet is the progress report, and it shows the special tactics teams, that's the STCs. It shows who the leads are from staff on each of these areas. So in the packet, I think it's probably, I don't know if it's page 5 or 6, I don't have in front of me, but it shows who on the staff is the lead on those teams. And then on the 24th, in our next progress report, we'll put in who may be sub-staff that are working on the different categories. But it does show the staff names who are the leads on the different categories.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification, Rich. I really appreciate that. I guess one thing that kind of perked my ears was the city goals, and we went off of prior goals that had been mentioned. And one thing that I didn't, one item I didn't see there was the possibility of relocating City Hall to the campus. I know that that has been mentioned plenty of times, and I still would like to explore the opportunity of if that might be a viable option of creating the future City Hall a one-stop shop and creating a more accessible city structure for our community, which in turn would create more opportunity in regards to the properties that are currently occupied by City Hall, for example, our water utility department over on San Mateo and other locations throughout the city that we might be able to do other uses if we locate everybody in one space. So I just want to put that out there that I would like that to still be part of the city's goals.
Councilor Garcia, may I respond to that question too? Because that's a good point. In the initial public guidelines and public engagement we had done back in, I think it was 2018, I forgot the date, but City Hall was one of the guideline requirements. It was about number 18 out of the 25, just so you know. So it's something we could definitely revisit, but I want to let you know that City Hall was checked off as a nice to have, but not a need to have yet, but it can be revisited as we go through this new way forward to look at the development of the property. So I wanted to let you know that it was there mentioned in the guidelines.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Rich. I appreciate that clarification, but I wouldn't lean too heavy on the 2018 public engagement. We all know it was lacking, and we all know there needs to be more engagement. So I would, like I said, I wouldn't weigh heavy on those outcomes. I heard plenty that I actually heard opposite. I heard while I was campaigning for this position that I'm currently in, education was a priority on that campus. Housing was a priority in that campus, and probably tied for third was some type of retail or moving City Hall there. Those are what I consistently heard from constituents. So to say it was 18 on the list, well, it wasn't 18 on the list for District 2 constituents. So with that, I would highly advise against using the 2018 public engagement. Okay. With that, I do look forward to the next presentation. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of information to unpack on this. And I probably will have follow-up conversations offline, and if not during the next update, during our next meeting. But I really appreciate all the work that went into this current update for the team. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vihil Coppler, followed by Councilor Kasich Sanchez.
Thank you. I wanted to also mention that the presentation we had, I thought, just now I think is pretty good. It didn't match what's in our packet, but I want to definitely make sure that we get it. So thank you, Councilor Garcia, for asking for that. I wanted to, I've heard a lot about what we've done in the past, new information about what we know now about some of these sites, and I appreciate the choices that were outlined now in this presentation, and they don't really match the decision points that we were given previously by the City Attorney's Office and Economic Development, such as sell the property, which is one that seems to be similar, but go back and redefine what we're looking for. And then the third thing is to offer or to consider the people who applied before. So I want some clarification. The 3 decision points that we heard tonight are a little bit different from that. Or are we going to have like 6 decision points or 5 decision points? Maybe I could ask Rich.
Mr. Mayor?
Combine all this that we just heard.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, I'm going to ask Dina to sort of address that, because the approach still includes the question you asked about what about the other partners in the RFEI process. That process has not gone away. It's just that I'm going to have her talk through the options as a timeline, because the timeline increases the value of the land. And so as we increase the value of the land, it's some time and investment that goes in. The partners in the RFEI process do come onto the table. It's just that we have to look at it from a timeline standpoint. I think that's how the options were listed. So Dina, if you could just give a little bit of color to that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And that's what I was saying before, particularly in the 6 to 12 month range, if the city wants to go that route, then the REFI can be, the participants can be brought back into the process at any time.
Okay, I just
yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
I was just wanting to have that clarified.
If I may, I can try to clarify the initial question, which is the decision-making tree that was presented last week versus the presentation that we made tonight. So the previous discussion was about, all right, so what did we went through a procurement process, the respondent to the RFEI has withdrawn from the competitive process. What are our options now with that competitive process? So that was a particular topic that we wanted to work through with you. The ongoing moving Midtown forward, we will continue to unfold a series of questions and that we will request guidance along the way. So a progress report will always look different than the presentation, meaning the progress report will be like, here's what's happening, here's what's going on. The presentations are intended to actually elevate the knowledge in the public realm. So not only among the city councilors and your colleagues there, but also that the public also understands what sort of things we are considering as we move forward. And yes, all of the presentations will be posted on the city's website. In fact, we did a PDF already of it, and it will be posted on on the city's website for the public to download.
Okay, well, I appreciate that the public, you want to make sure the presentation elevates the public knowledge, but it's also good to have it in writing when you have the meeting, especially if you're looking at this on YouTube. So, sometimes people want to take.
It won't happen that way. We're doing these as a presentation learning sessions, and just like a lecture happens, you go to a lecture at the library, you see the lecturer speak, and then you hope that you can get access to the presentation. And so that's the way we'll be unfolding them.
Well, okay, I appreciate that. But
Yeah,
some of
it is about them too.
That's all. Some of it doesn't match.
I would just say, Counselor, that the two processes are kind of happening in parallel. They're not mutually exclusive.
Okay, I'm not talking about like the words on paper. There were new concepts and new things
right.
that we are hearing now for the first time and have them before us. Thank goodness, that's nice. But it's a deviation. I see some deviation, and that's all I'm bringing up. I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but I just want to let you know that some of it is a little different than what we've been saying is all. So the other thing I wanted to talk about, and it was slightly brought up by Councilor Garcia, was whether we were going to go back and revisit the goals. That was my initial concern here is, I don't want to be in that old adage, doing the same thing over again and expecting a different result. So a lot of time has passed since we embarked on this, and we know a lot more now than we did before, such as the land swap with the state not happening and things like that. So I would like an opportunity to have a discussion in the future about how much, if any, does the governing body want to go back and revisit these goals? Because what I see happening is we're just being presented stuff and not really engaging in a conversation where we brainstorm again about what it is we want to see. And maybe it's some of the same things. Maybe it's not. I mean, Councilor Garcia introduced a new idea. Maybe other councilors have ideas that they've thought about. Maybe we want to have a little, at the beginning, a little bit of a discussion about how things have changed. What is it that, a review of the goals, if you will. Are they still the same? That kind of thing. Because what I see is staff coming back and giving us the same thing we already had. And that includes process. There's not a whole lot about process here, except, who's on these committees, which are not the same people necessarily as we had before. If we do go prepare an RFP or an RFEI, whatever it is, I think we need to reconstruct the evaluation committee. And I agree, I think we ought to have some more than just internal staff. I think we need real expertise on deciphering some of the things that are going to get us there. So I'm not a big believer, I'll just tell you right now, in just regurgitating what we already did. I think we need to start review and keep everything that worked well and start fresh and see if there's some new constructs we can put here, reshape what the questions are, and seek out internal and external people to help us get there and refresh the beginning of this process. So thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Good enough. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Casas Sanchez, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I also did want to talk about the goals that are set, but more in the sense of where the public engagement piece is coming in at this juncture, because it does look like we have a lot of decisions ahead of us, a lot of information that we still need to gather, but also decisions that we have to make. And one of the big concerns for many of us on the council and for the community is that ongoing public engagement and how that information is also going to filter in to help us as we're making these decisions. So my understanding is that we are still working with UNM, potentially Little Globe, and I was just hoping to hear a bit more about how that process is happening in parallel and how that information is also going to feed in to the information that we are going to be getting internally from our staff, as well as from this group here.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sanchez, I think as we mentioned, this is going to be a bi-weekly progress report. So we will start to incorporate the public engagement activities and updates into the progress report so that we can bring it forward to you and the public on what's been happening and sort of, get questions and then answer some of the questions from that standpoint. So it is a part of the process. It's just that this first one was the launch of the progress report, give you some framework on, what this development disposition ideas were all about, and then bring more of these to you so that it's fully engaged in the public, both in paper and at these meetings.
Okay, thank you, Rich. And this is something that I had spoken about a year ago back in March when we were discussing what that public engagement process looks like and identifying some goalposts, some milestones that we can be looking forward to that never really happened. I understand that there was a global pandemic, but even within the global pandemic, we were still having this discussion of what do those goalposts look like? What can we be looking forward to? So again, we're making sure that that alignment is occurring for us and that information is coming in and we are getting it as those decision points come up. So still haven't seen that yet, and I would still really like to. Daniel, did you have something to say?
Yeah, we had a charrette last week with the public engagement team that included the Midtown Public Engagement Committee. It was created by the steering committee and the evaluation committee. We had that last Tuesday. We went through the work plan that was initially developed by UNM, DPAC, and we refined it. We spent all day together, and edits have been going back and forth almost every day. And I spoke with Michael Pride, who's the director of the DPAC program, and it's being finalized right now. So I hope to circulate it in time for next week's Quality of Life Committee, because it's on the agenda then. And we'll go through all those goalposts, benchmarks, process, who's doing what are the deliverable and outcomes over the trajectory of their scope of work. So it's real. And I know that it's been vague in the way that we've been describing it. And so we're now going to sort of begin exposing it more and more publicly as well in the various commissions and our committees that invite us. But again, that will also be posted on the city's website, that work plan.
Wonderful. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm very glad to hear that that is coming. It will be interesting to see how some of the priorities of the community have changed. As we mentioned, they're part of the concern of the developer is that they felt that COVID may have changed the potential use of the space. And I'd be really curious to hear what our community has to say about that and what their goals still are. So I really look forward to exploring that work plan, and I will see you at Quality of Life then. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Council. Councilor Lindell, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. Why would we wait? I know everything's changed. Everybody knows everything's changed. Why would we wait to contact the previous applicants to see if they have any interest in moving forward with us on this property?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, I consider waiting the time period we talked about, that midterm, long term. I think what we're trying to do now is that we've just terminated the ENA previous master developer, and we're trying to make sure we understand what those categories that Daniel expressed in the beginning, those 7 categories. We need to get our arms around that before we reach out to any of the RFEI proposers that are still in the selection box. So we need to put our arms around that before we have a substantive conversation with who would be next in line, or how we engage them to figure out if their proposals are still active, or what the process would be to make them more viable to come to the table.
What's the time frame on that?
I think one of our slides says that there are three options. You know, we're thinking it's a 6 to 12 month time frame.
I don't think it makes any sense. I see Miss McSherry's hand is up.
Aaron, do you have something to contribute?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, I think the evaluation committee is going to meet very soon to make sure that if we have a next recommendation, I'm an advisor, I'm not a member, but if they have a recommendation that they would bring it back to the governing body potentially as early as the 24th of February, at least on part of the RFEI. There were 4 categories. Only one category had been recommended thus far, which was master developer. So my understanding is that will be happening very soon.
I guess my point on this is that I think it has real urgency. I don't know why we would spend any time doing any committee work if nobody's not interested anymore. That's possible. Or if the previous REFI folks have different ideas than what they did before. I don't know why we would wait 6 to 12 months to make that contact and to see if there was interest. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't know how any of this ties into our procurement process.
Mayor, Councilor Lindell, if I may. So what we talked to you about is that the request for expression of interest is still in play. The only piece that is moved is that we're no longer in an exclusive negotiation agreement. Why is that important? Because we still have the procurement process. We still have the rest of the master developers and the tenants, the project managers and the businesses. So the decision really needs to be how is the city moving forward with the RFEI? Are we getting rid of it entirely, partially, or moving to the next master developer? That's what we talked about at the last meeting, and we're going to be talking to you about that at the next meeting. But what this really is to try to explain the reasons why that is a complicated question and to give you some background so that when you're making that decision moving forward, you have the information in hand to make the best decision.
I appreciate that. I'm just saying that it may be nothing more than an exercise if no one's interested. And I don't know why we would spend the time doing an exercise if no one's interested. Sounds like a lot of work to me. So that's my point is if no one's interested, I don't know why we would spend time doing that. And all of this to me continues to have urgency. And the second thing is on that, I know we'll get more and more detail on it, but we're no different as an organization than a master developer or anyone else in terms of assessing our own risk, talking about putting money into the property, talking about, well, if we do this, this, and this, maybe the property's worth how much more. Doing those analysis and looking at a 2-year time frame, a 5-year time frame, we've got no guarantee of return on our money any more than a master developer does right now. Those are risks that we have to put real numbers to and real assessment to, and not fly on those by the seat of our pants of, well, we think we can make the campus worth more money if we do this, this, and this. I don't think there's anybody on this Zoom call that hasn't heard time is money. And we bleed it every day. And I think that we need to have urgency on this project and trying to make some real true determinations of what our risks are for money invested. So those are my points, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Beta, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree a lot with what Councillor Lindell said. I think that time is money, but I also hear what the other councillors are saying, and it kind of sounds to me like I don't want to say that we start from scratch, but maybe there is like a reset here where we take a lot of the information we've gotten through this, which is great, including the survey that was done in 2018. I do agree that a lot of that might be different now. But I just don't see the point in continuing on this path we've been on through this RFI or finding another master developer. At least that's not what I'm hearing. And it would be helpful to restate what the vision is for this property, especially if we are gonna, I think, need the public to participate with PIDs or TIFs or bonds or some type of referendum that includes taxpayer commitment in the form of tax raises, whether that be property tax or GRT. So that's kind of what I'm hearing and what I'm starting to lean towards as we continue to have these discussions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thanks, everybody. I think what I heard tonight was a very specific presentation about a very specific set of issues. What we heard from the master developer as we reached a mutual agreement to separate was that there was a significant number of issues that needed to be addressed to make the asset more buildable, more valuable, and more worth the investment of either public money or private money. And so as our team represented to you tonight, they are working to answer those questions. They are looking seriously at the property as if the city were the developer. What kinds of investments would make the property add value, both to the public and to a potential private partner? Guided by that assessment, we can then make some of these decisions about whether there is a master developer or not with whom we would go forward. We can also look at the question that Councillor Lindell and Councillor Abeyta raised, which is, are there public values that exceed the issue of return on investment? There's social capital as well as financial capital. And so I think our teams, which by the way are very talented, I think it's safe to say that the people who are working both as city employees, managers, directors, and our consultants are the match, the equal of, if not better than, many private developers and the teams you'll see on the other side of the table. So I wouldn't be too hasty to think that our team can't hold its own in evaluating these issues. I think their work right now, and we'll be coming forward again on a regular basis to educate, inform, and offer options. I think that work will begin to winnow down to a set of very clear choices, financial choices, social policy choices, and timing choices. And as we move those choices forward, we're going to have time, space, and opportunity to engage with a broad community dialogue, because it'll be very specific about what our teams are developing to give us a path forward. So we need a broad vision. As Councillor Abeyta said, we need to revisit our assumptions about what that gem of a property can produce for our city going forward. It is a once in a lifetime opportunity for the city of Santa Fe to do a very important project in the heart of Santa Fe. And we should be aware of the opportunity that it represents to the public, to the people of Santa Fe, and to future generations. At the same time that we balance the resources that we have to present good choices to the current generation of Santa Feans who have to help us make these decisions. So more to be done. Thank you all for your time and your presentation. It'll all get posted at the city's website. Feedback will be very eager to see public and private feedback, developer feedback, as well as ways to dig down deeper into each of those possible ways forward. So thank you. It's already 6 o'clock. We're running late. We got to move on. So thank you all for being here. Let's see. Could the clerk identify what?
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilor Rivera. I didn't see your hand.
Sorry, we're gonna be late. It looks like public hearings at this pace is gonna be well after 6:30, 7 o'clock. So can I make a recommendation or a motion that we go to communications from the governing body to accommodate Councilor Garcia's previous request, and then take on public hearings and then resume back where we left off on 11A?
Sure. We don't actually have any public hearings. We do always have petitions from the floor. Is that what you're
Right.
saying?
Yes, just so the public doesn't have to wait past 6 o'clock.
I understand. That's a good point, Councilor. So you would be interested in an amendment to the agenda that would change our order of business.
Yes, sir.
I think, as always, it's a good idea to try not to leave people hanging. So why don't you make a motion to amend the order of the agenda, and we can take it up.
All right, I'll make a motion that we amend the agenda to hear matters from or communications from the governing body next, and followed by public hearings, and then return back to item 11A after that.
I think you mean not public hearings, but
Public comment.
petitions
from the floor.
Yeah, I'm sorry, petitions from the floor.
That's okay. I knew what you meant. So there's a motion to amend the agenda to get the opportunity for the governing body to speak next, followed by petitions from the floor, then returning to the order of business as it's laid out. Is there a second to Councilor Rivera's motion?
Second.
Councilor Casas Sanchez has seconded that motion. Can we please call the roll on it? Madam Clerk, are you there?
Yes, sorry, Mayor. Emails were popping in over my iPad and I couldn't hit unmute. Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vijo Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Casas Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved, Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I think Councilor Rivera's motion has us moving immediately to a chance for each member of the governing body to offer a communication. I'll just go around the grid on my screen, and just as you appear in any order, I'll just call on you if you don't mind. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
I knew you would pick me first.
You're the first one. You're on the screen first.
I'm just kidding. I don't really have anything at the moment other than I'm completely frustrated with PrimeGov, and it's a complete distraction to be able to not see what we're going through and having these hiccups consistently. So I'm just putting that out there again, and I know I'm not the only one. So frustration, that's all I'm going to share today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry you're having that problem. I really am. I know it's frustrating. Councilor Casas Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Don't have very much today. Just wanted to thank and congratulate Santa Fe County for getting to yellow and echo what the city manager had said earlier of it's very exciting. Doesn't mean we get to stop all of the things that we have been doing to get us to this point. If we want to get to green, you still need to mask up. You need to limit your gatherings. You need to socially distance. You need to wash your hands. You need to stay home as much as possible. But do go and patronize our businesses as they do need it. Just making sure that you're doing it in a safe fashion. That was all I had today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Lindell?
Thank you, Mayor. I really don't have anything other than to say Congratulations to all. What a good job that we've gone to yellow. I think that's a really, really big deal from where we were just a few weeks ago. And it's incumbent upon us to continue to do what we're doing and get us into the green. Let's keep the pressure on with that. And we did it in a fairly small amount of time. So let's keep at it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day this weekend, especially my wife. Hopefully everybody spends some time with their loved ones. And if you don't have a Valentine, be happy that you don't, I guess, maybe. I don't know. As everybody, thankful that we're in the yellow. Let's get to green. Just like my chili, I want us green. Councilor Villarreal, some of the Prime Gov challenges that I've seen, maybe just going off of maybe accessing it on the public side might help. So as well, just I've had a lot of inquiries about chart and maybe some confusion about the process, and folks thought we still had a commission we're building and there was applications being taken and whatnot. And I know we're still building it, but if we might be able to maybe next week provide an update where we stand with chart, just to let the public know. I know we didn't include kind of those informal, but this would be more of an informal update, just to kind of let the public know where we're at with the process. And then, yeah, that's it. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I would turn to Councilor Vihil Copper. You have the floor.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, I'm going to buy my own Valentine candy. I think it would, regarding your comment and chart, I think it would be a good idea to send out a communication, newsletter like we do every 2 or 3 days about where people can find out about what's going on. I do know I got an inquiry about from someone who thought there was a meeting and she was going to miss it. But I did check with the city clerk and she let me know that there's a website where you can go and sign up. Now, I don't recall seeing that, but it would be a good idea, I think, to send it out again, maybe, and remind people as well as do a report like Councilor Garcia asked. I also want to bring to the council's attention, because we did hear this in Public Works, but sometimes the unsung employees in all corners of our earth in the city don't get the recognition on, all the way up. And maybe Mr. Jones was going to report this, so I don't intend to steal his thunder. But the wastewater management division's Anthony Caridi from the Canyon Road Water Treatment Plant received the New Mexico Water and Wastewater Association. I think he got, well, it's right here, Outstanding Wastewater Collection System Operator of the Year. And so we did congratulate him in Public Works, and I think that I would like to bring his name and attention to the governing body and the public, because he's done a stellar job, and that's a great organization to be recognized by. In addition, the same Canyon Road Water Treatment Plant, also known as Sangre de Cristo Water Treatment Plant, received the Northern New Mexico Wastewater Association Section President Award for the most improved facility in 2020. Staff at the facility has demonstrated excellent service to the city of Santa Fe by maintaining a positive attitude and a strong work ethic. That team is diligent in operation and maintenance of the water plant, and which was constructed in 1975. So it's not a brand new Cadillac. So kudos to all of the people, and they're all recognized on the communication from that item for Public Works, and they're all to be commended. I would say I know all of us are very proud of them. I did ask David Handron to send a communication out on this, but I haven't seen anything. And I hope, Mayor, that or City Manager LePan Hill, that you could ask him to please do that, because it's important that these employee heroes get recognized as well. And that is all. Thank you.
You bet. Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to echo the congratulations to Anthony and all the staff at Canyon Road Water Treatment Plant on their awards. It was a great accomplishment, and glad to be able to recognize them and honor them at Public Works. And again, along with Councilwoman Vihil Coppler, hope that we can put a press release out acknowledging their great accomplishments. Along with that, I also wanted to recognize Environmental Services Division, Keep Santa Fe Beautiful. They won an Innovation Award for the entryway sign coming off of Highway 84 to 85 as you're entering town. So congratulations to them as well. I also wanted to wish my wife a happy Valentine's Day. It's going to be different than most, but just wanted to let her know that I still love her the same way I did when we first met. So congratulations, Santa Fe County going to yellow. It's a great accomplishment, but it's not the time to ease up. So we need to continue doing everything the way we have. That's the reason we got to yellow, and that's the reason we'll get to green. So please keep following the rules and being diligent about that. The last thing I wanted to do, and it wasn't on the list, but introduce some legislation. And it's co-sponsored by Councilwoman Villarreal. It's a resolution updating the terms of Resolution 2020-29 to extend the duration of the Community Health and Safety Task Force through the end of the calendar year 2021, allow additional task force members, change the task force composition, and exempt the task force from certain Open Meeting Act requirements. So that will make it through a couple of committees and then hopefully come to the governing body the next meeting, hopefully. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Abeyta?
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing. I just agree with everything that my colleagues said already. Thanks.
Councilor Romero-Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick introduction to do tonight, a resolution designating the city of Santa Fe, New Mexico as a B City USA affiliate. And then I just wanted to give the public the website for the chart work that's being done. It's www.santafenm.gov/chart. And if you go to that website, there's a place where you can sign up to receive updates. And I have not done that, but I may, just so I see what folks get. And I agree, I have gotten a couple of emails from folks who are seeking more information. And so I think there's lots of interest, and that's a good thing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Terrific. Anybody I missed so far? I think I've got everybody. I have a few things, and I'll try to make this brief because I do know we want to get on to the public comment. I've got an ordinance to be introduced. It's got a long way to go before it comes to the governing body. A lot of different groups, a lot of different referrals. It's an ordinance amending section 18-11.3 SFCC 1987 to amend the definition of taxable premises to make it consistent with state statute and to add a definition for permanent resident. Amending section 18-11.8 to make the section consistent with state statute and to amend section 18-11.17 to clarify the difference between the occupancy tax and the convention center fee and to dedicate the occupancy tax collected on the 31st and subsequent days to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So that will start wending its way through committees. Couple other things top of mind. Number one, again, our journey through COVID is making progress, but it is far from over. I had a very good conversation. Twice a week, I'm having conversations with representatives of our public health and hospital community. Today I had the chief medical officer from Presbyterian on a Facebook conversation. We all are making progress. We are seeing the vaccination process become more predictable, but it is still the case that every week our hospitals are not entirely sure what allocation they'll be getting in the way of doses shipped. So please make sure you do sign up at the Department of Health registration site. Please check that site. Please talk to your personal health provider if you have one, if you're looking for more information. And please be patient with each other, with our hospitals, with our public health providers. They're working incredibly hard. The medicine cabinet was empty when President Biden stepped into office, and we're finally seeing ramping up of the doses being produced, the hypodermics being produced, the distribution system being ironed out. It's getting better, but it is not yet as smooth as or as transparent as any of us would like it to be. So stay masked up, practice social and physical distancing, and wear that face mask when you're out and about. Please do that. Use hand sanitizer. Let's get to green. I also want to send my Valentine greetings to Francis, the love of my life. As Bruce Willis says in Die Hard, the best thing that's ever happened to a bum like me. Valentine's Day is a good time to stop, hit the pause button, and have a little heartfelt romance for all of us. I want to call attention for 1 minute to what's going on in our nation's capital. Most of the time we are uniquely focused on things local and on our own backyard, which is how it should be. That's first and foremost our bailiwick, our responsibility, and the thing that we love the most. We are engaged right now in a very important national moment of reckoning, an impeachment trial, unique in my experience, dealing with a president who incited mob violence. If you have not yet seen the video that was produced as the opening presentation by the group pressing the conviction of the president, whichever side you're on, if you think your mind is not made up, or you feel it's not appropriate, or you feel it is appropriate, this is a very serious moment for our country. I encourage you to watch that video presentation and listen to the speech by Congressman Raskin. It is eloquent, it is passionate, it is emotional. And here's a man whose son committed suicide the day before the assault on the Capitol. He had brought his daughter and son-in-law to be with him for the counting of the votes, and instead experienced another day of terror and potential violence to him and his family. We should be paying attention to this because it is of the utmost importance to our country's future. You may agree or disagree with the process, but take it seriously. Look at it impartially and clearly, and be engaged with it as a moment of significance for our country and for the reckoning of our future. I think the moment we're in as a country and our democracy is really, really important, not only for us, but for our kids. So it's a teachable moment for all of us to pay attention to. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. We have a group of folks who have been waiting very patiently in the attendee room, and I see a number of hands are up. Maybe others have not yet put their hands up, but they wish to be heard. Madam Clerk, are you or is Joe going to manage this process? How do you see it working?
Mayor, I believe Joe was going to handle the process.
Okay, I think there's a good group of folks who wish to speak to us. Why don't we begin unmuting them? I think let's give each person 2 minutes to address the governing body on whatever is on their mind. There is no, on the agenda tonight, we don't have any public hearings, so this is a chance to speak to whatever you would like to call to the attention of the governing body. And the clerk will keep the clock, please, to a 2-minute speaking time. Thank you, Joe. You have it. You have the control.
Okay, Mayor. Our first up is Kirsten. And Kirsten, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. I'm humbly asking you to consider, I've been dealing with this for 4 years. I've seen the mayor several times, and so the situation is continuously violating codes next door. My neighbors have 5 non-running vehicles. 2 are trucks with garbage in the back of the trucks. I understand that they are sending a nuisance letter, which has taken years for this to happen. But the codes need to change. They're not effective. And so they just keep violating, and there's no consequence ever because they have 30 days to come in compliance. They do it, they go out of compliance. So for 3.5, 4 years, I've been dealing with this. So it's not effective. They can also park cars on the street without license plates, which seems bizarre to me. And they also have cars that are not running parked on the streets. If I call the police come and then they move them 2 feet, and that suffices. And so they're very keen on what to do and how they can play with the laws. So we're using codes. Codes has told me they feel like they're babysitters. And then the police, when the traffic police come out, they know that they're going to move the vehicle and they have to start all over again, the process. So I'm asking, that this is looked into and that it seems like an easy fix to me. And I've thought it out. I've had 4 years. So if anybody wants any input, I've really thought this out. Like maybe after 3 violations, they get a fine. The owner doesn't live next door either, which seems like another problem. The owner should be fined immediately if they aren't going to have their occupants abide by codes. And so thank you for listening to me. But I've talked to my city council people and nobody's wanted details. I've sent all of you pictures.
That's time, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Lydia Clark. And, oh, I'm sorry. And Lydia, you have the floor.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. Mayor Weber, Santa Fe City Council, my name is Lydia Clark. I live in Santa Fe in District 1. And I am here this evening to oppose the proposed resolution for requesting the National Nuclear Security Administration prepare and complete a new site-wide environmental impact statement for Los Alamos before expanding plutonium pit production at the facility. It's very disappointing that this matter was brought to your attention over a year ago, requesting that site-wide environmental impact statement and opposing nuclear weapons and plutonium pit production very specifically. This particular resolution has neither language that opposes nuclear weapons production or plutonium pit production. It simply asks for suspension of nuclear weapons, plutonium pit production, while you're wanting to try to ask for another SWICE. The issue of a SWICE, asking for a new SWICE, was decided this past fall in 2020 by the NNSA, which rejected a new SWICE. It's too late to ask for a new SWICE at this point. My concern is that in the past, the city has opposed nuclear weapons production and plutonium pit production. And why is the city asking for less at this particular point? If we do not ask to stop pit production, Many of the issues that are mentioned in this resolution will not only continue, but increase. And most important is that plutonium pit production brings absolutely no benefit or value to New Mexico, or to anyone for that matter. As we've seen in the past at Rocky Flats, which was the last
time on this item, Mayor.
I ask you to oppose this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next up is Jay Coughlin. And Mr. Coughlin, you have the floor.
Thank you. I hope you all can hear me. Thank you, councilors. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I was particularly touched by your words about the status of things in Washington, D.C., so thank you. But using my time very economically, I'm speaking in direct support of the resolution for a site-wide EIS, in direct contrast to the immediately previous speaker. It's not too late. I would first employ the old cliche of better later than never. But the point with respect to what the National Security Administration has decided, well, I submit that it's also up to the citizens of Santa Fe. You may know that the county has already passed a resolution. Hopefully the city will do so as well. And from there, we can go on to pressure the New Mexico congressional delegation to support a site-wide. Now, in terms of why it's relevant, you have to look no farther than the articles in the Albuquerque Journal and the New Mexican today that described a rather scathing report by the DOE Inspector General about the status of wildfire protection at the lab. And clearly the lab has neglected that protection, which I think is unconscionable after 2 catastrophic wildfires over the last 2 decades. In terms of further relevance, as you know, this city has been cloaked in smoke at times from those wildfires. That smoke has possibly been contaminated. We got the Buckman Diversion Project that can be contaminated from surface water out of the Rio Grande that comes from Los Alamos. Over time, over decades, even the city's Buckman water wells could be threatened by the rather serious chromium groundwater contamination under the. Yeah. So I think I have to end there for the sake of brevity. And I request that the full governing council support that resolution. And happy Valentine's.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, Mayor, is Scott Kovac. And Mr. Kovac, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Weber and council members. My name is Scott Kovac with Nuclear Watch New Mexico. I'm here in support of the resolution for a full-on site-wide environmental impact statement at Los Alamos National Laboratory. There's too much going on there. They've spent billions of dollars planning to spend billions of dollars to upgrade facilities. They have new cleanup contractors. They have new management contractors. As usual, the laboratory is looking for reasons not to have a site-wide instead of trying to find ways to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mayor. And next is Stephanie Beninato. And Ms. Beninato, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Stephanie Beninato. I'm going to speak to very local issues. I contacted you all about the traffic backup on the plaza over on Saturday night, the noise, the unmasked groups. And with this new status, I'm afraid that that problem will even increase more. And I'm wondering what the police are going to do to prevent that. And I think that needs to be addressed publicly. Also, I have noticed, for example, yesterday, a driver behind me started screaming at me when I was making a left on my bike about the effing bicyclist. and then sped up on Don Diego at about 50 miles an hour. That morning, I had seen somebody going about 60 on Zia near the high school. Given that the schools are going to reopen apparently on the 22nd of February, I'm asking that the city at least put out those monitors that tell you what speed you're going at to hopefully help slow some people down. I'm also concerned and have been about the missing plaque that was taken from the obelisk in September, explaining why the word rebel is there. And the former head of historic was going to look into that, Lisa Roach. We never heard back from her. And now we have this missing plaque at the Cross of the Martyrs. And again, it would be really helpful to know what's going on and why it is that the city can't keep track of its own property. And it did raise for me questions, the story did, and I know newspaper stories are not always totally accurate, but who owns the Cross of the Martyrs, the park? And if the city doesn't own it, why are they maintaining it? So I think some explanation on that point would be helpful. And lastly, I did give you a very long public comment about your appeals process, particularly concerning the so-called administrative decision or discussion in which you reject appeals based on procedure. And I'd appreciate it if you would read that thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next up, Mayor, is John Wilkes. Mr. Wilkes, you have the floor.
Thank you for hearing my comments. I submitted earlier a written comment under your item 11A. I'm hoping that was received because it will save time for me to speak. Basically, I would like to congratulate you on your resolution. I support it on behalf of Veterans for Peace, Chapter 63, Albuquerque. With the exception of one word, you need to strike the word request and substitute or add the word demand. Lanel has not been a good neighbor nor tenant since 1943. They have done their mission for DOD in the country, but at the same time, they've generated waste, toxic waste. Now they have approximately 45,000 55-gallon drums of waste. They are making very little, if any, progress on removing that waste. This is very serious because DOE's plans for Lanel is to increase, as you know, change their mission from research to production. My view is, and the view of Veterans for Peace is, there should be no permits issued by the New Mexico Environmental Department for any purpose until the legacy waste is removed. And during that time, this study can be conducted. Now, as far as the study goes, yes, we need a site-wide study. The site is the state of New Mexico, because as I've laid out in my letter to you in my comment, DOE has 6 projects, only one of which is the Lanel pit production, which they have proposed or in the process of implementing. Now, some of those projects have to do with moving plutonium through I-25, I-40, and other county, city, state roadways. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
And Mayor, there's 2 folks out here, but they don't have their hands up.
I don't know if they have they.
Would you like me to?
In the past,
yeah, I don't.
Everybody's not always known how to access this this part of our business. I don't know if you can reach out to them and see if there's a way to give them an opportunity to speak if they're interested in doing so.
Okay, I could put the allow to talk and see what happens.
Okay.
Let's do it. So JY Baca, do you wish to speak in public petitions from the floor? JY Baca. Okay. Looks like JY Baca left, Mayor.
Okay, let's move on then to
VM Vihil. VM Vihil, you have the floor if you wish to speak for petitions.
Very hard to hear you, sir.
We've been talking to pharmacies, we've been talking hospitals, we've been talking to others who have vaccine supply. And what we are suggesting to them is that they have to make sure that if they want to continue to get increases, they're not only efficiently looking, but also equitably. And over time, the places that are going to get more and more doses are places that are above the 50 and equitable.
Are you saying you were suggesting to states and pharmacies that they put those travel?
Joe, I think this is not being addressed to us. I think there's a conversation.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and.
Yeah, I think there was somebody in the background speaking to each other rather than addressing the governing body.
Okay. Well, Mayor, that concludes the petitions from the floor today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for changing the agenda so we could get the voice of the community in sooner and not have everybody wait. We have a number of discussion items. Would the governing body be amenable to a 5-minute break just to stretch, and then we can come back and take up where we left off? Is that okay? So it's 11, by my clock, it's 6:33. Why don't we try to get back by 6:40 and resume? Thank you, everybody. All right, we're beginning to reassemble when we're all
Mayor.
together. Yes, sir.
That was Judge V Hill that was was having a conversation with her son earlier. So she's gonna get back in because she has an item that's coming up.
Okay, but
Yeah. And
All right.
Jacqueline Baca too, her executive assistant. I think. I hope that's what Jacqueline is. I don't know, but Jacqueline works with the judge.
Okay. That was, I'm sorry if I inadvertently cut the judge off.
No. That was I didn't recognize it because it wasn't a city account.
Right.
That came up, so that's why.
Got it.
Mhm.
Well, we have a ways to go. We do have some ground, some ground to cover. So I see, yes, there is the appointments toward the end of our meeting.
Mhm.
All right, we're reconvening. Let's see. Councilwoman Villarreal, are you there but with your camera off, or are you not quite back? You're back.
I'm here.
Okay, super. I'm glad you're back. So we are all reassembled. Thank you for the break, everybody. Madam Clerk, could you resume where we left off, which I believe is item 11A, and we'll start working through the part of the agenda that refers to discussion/action items.
Yes, Mayor. We are on discussion/action items. The first item is 11A. It's a consideration of a resolution. Councilor Villarreal and Councilor Lindell are the sponsors. It is a resolution requesting the National Nuclear Security Administration prepare and complete a new site-wide environmental impact statement for Los Alamos National Laboratory before expanding plutonium pit production at the facility.
Thank you. So I will turn to the sponsors if either or both of you wish to address the resolution and give you some time to speak to the merits of the item in front of us. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate that we ended up having petitions from the floor so we could hear from some folks about their opinion about this particular resolution. And, there is a time gap that some folks noted, but I guess what I see and from other advocacy groups that believe in this process and this issue, that the issue is still relevant. The last site-wide EIS was done in 2008. And so I just think it's important to be able to express our values with this particular resolution. We know that these types of resolutions are symbolic in nature. They're expressing the governing body's values, asking for action from other elected bodies and agencies. And I do believe that a statewide environmental impact is still needed and that we need to express that to our congressional delegation.
Hang on a second, Councilwoman. We've got a hand from the city attorney. Did we need a motion, city attorney?
Mayor Weber, councilors, yes, we need a motion.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilor Lindell. Now I return to Councilwoman Villarreal. My mistake on process. I apologize.
And I guess what I wanted to express is that there's been former counselors and actually myself that have put forward other resolutions opposing plutonium pit production, something that I personally think is necessary and important to eliminate pit production exclusively. But at this point, my vision can't deter the issue at hand, which is the need for a statewide environmental impact statement. So that's why I'm putting this forward. There was a time frame that, you know, some people think we could have done it sooner, but we were in COVID dealing with a lot of issues last year. So I believe it's still timely, and I think it's important to express that. I don't know if my colleague wants to say anything else.
Councillor Lindell, you have the floor.
No, I just want to thank Councillor Villarreal. She's the lead on this. I signed on as a co-sponsor because I thought it was important, but she did the work on this, and I'm really appreciative to her for doing that.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there others who wish to speak to this resolution at this time? I do not see any hands going up. There's a motion before the governing body. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll on the motion?
Yes. Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councillor Vigil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Rebecca,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
The motion has been approved, Mayor.
Thank you. Could you please read item 11B then?
Yes, item 11B is consideration of a resolution. The sponsor for this item is Councillor Vigil Coppler, Councillor Garcia, and Councilwoman Villarreal. It's a resolution requiring governing body approval prior to announcing the availability of any city-owned land, buildings, or other real property for sale.
Move to approve.
There's a motion.
I'm sorry, I had my hand up, Mayor.
Second.
Well, hang on a sec. I don't know who, Councillor Garcia made a motion.
My hand was up before that motion.
Okay, Councillor Romero Worth.
Mayor, and the reason my hand was up was that I think that we should seriously consider moving this resolution back to the committees and to the Finance Committee, because it has a fiscal impact and it did not get consideration at the Finance Committee. And if you read the FIR, it talks about how one of the possibilities for this implementation of this particular resolution is that we could incur overtime expense. And I think this has only been to one committee. And as some of the councilors who are sponsoring this resolution have talked about in previous resolutions, we all have not been able to see this at the committee level, but particularly the Finance Committee, where there is a finance implication. So I would like to see us move this back to Finance. Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me.
Councillor Vigil Coppler, you have your hand up next. I have to confess, I felt like the gun got jumped there. So Councillor Romero Worth did have her hand up. Councillor Vigil Coppler has her hand up. Councillor Garcia's hand is up. We do need to get a motion, but I'll recognize Councillor Vigil Coppler because she was the lead on this resolution.
On that point, Mayor, my motion should stand. My colleague, Councilor Romero Worth, consistently makes motions without recognizing hands up, whatnot. So I think I'm in clear order of my motion.
Councillor, hang on a sec. I'm looking at the city attorney's hand, who's also up. I'm looking for guidance on how we run this in an orderly fashion.
Was there a motion made by Councilor Romero Worth?
No. No, we have a motion from Councillor Garcia that was seconded. The part that was befuddling to me was I didn't actually recognize Councillor Garcia before he spoke. But
on that point, Mr. Mayor,
fine,
Councilor
Mayor.
Romero Worth consistently does that.
That's fine, Mayor. Mayor, that's fine. All I wanted to do was make, my hand was up. I just wanted to be able to make the point that I think this should be referred back to finance.
Fair
So
enough.
you've got a motion in a second.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. It would be a courtesy to wait to be recognized. With that said, Councilor Veal-Copper, you do have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, first I want to comment on what just happened. I've been on this council for going on almost 4 years, and it has not been consistent. Furthermore, I think a lot of this is rehearsed prior to coming to the meeting, because in our council meetings, it never fails. Councilor Romero Worth is recognized first, whether she has her hand up or not. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I recognize that. And I appreciate that Councilor Garcia raised his hand and moved forward. And thank you for recognizing that and letting us speak about the merits of this resolution. Now, I wasn't born yesterday. I know when something has a fiscal impact or not. When I developed this resolution, I clearly thought of all of the matters that could have come up. I strongly oppose the FIR. I do not believe there is a fiscal impact. This is people being asked to do their job. I did express my concerns with Mr. Brown. I do know that I gathered from discussions with him that he's not in favor of this resolution, and that's fine. But I really felt it was loaded up with monies that are, and as I told him, this is just part of doing your job. This is not extra. And, you know, well, I'll go back in history. There have been many resolutions that have not included things like overtime and things like that, unless it's something like a brand new program. This resolution is aimed at bringing the public's land before this governing body for a discussion and a vote on whether we want to sell our land or property on that land before going out and advertising it to select few or to the world. That's all it is, because what the practice has been, much to my concern, is that we have only discussed, if at all, land in executive session. And from there, we move straight to sale or to wherever it goes, without coming out of executive session and voting on the merits of selling property. The case recently was the Alto Street property we discussed in executive session. I am not in favor. I wanted more discussion about that piece of property and what the options were, because I really felt like that property was a good location and ripe for trying to get some kind of affordable housing on somewhere other than the south side. Nevertheless, the discussion, never went there, but I assumed and I was planning that we would have a discussion in open session and then vote. What I did see in the next couple of days was a whole newspaper article about how the city was selling the building on this property and what the commensurating land was going to be, and who owned it and what potential sale could happen there. We never voted on that. And I find that it's a fine line between what we discuss in executive session and what the outcomes are. And on land, I don't recall that we have had any public discussion or vote for even the public to know about prior to getting the work done. Now, if an item comes to us futuristically for a property to be discussed about being sold or not, there is no work to be done. I mean, there should be not really a whole lot of work done, because the work comes when you actually prepare for sale, the property for sale, whether it goes out to bid or whatever, I know we've had several discussions about how this property gets out there and then we get a purchase agreement or a bid or whatever it comes to. So all this resolution does is puts the public's property in front of the public for deliberation on whether or not it should be sold. And that's a discussion among us, whether it's a resolution or not. I realize sometimes, we would only get petitions from the floor for comment. But we spent, and I'm going to remind you, we spent a great deal of time when we were discussing the sale of the Santa Fe Clay building at the rail yard. The public was up in arms and they expressed complete disappointment that this property was let out without their knowledge, that it was for sale at $150,000 and that they had no idea, and maybe they would have bid on it. But it was a fait accompli by the time the council got it. And that is kind of the way that we've been operating, except I would say Santa Fe Estates has been the most discussed property because it has gone everywhere else. And now it's obviously out there, getting a lot of attention. And so that's why I excluded it from this resolution, because it has been out in the public. We didn't ever vote that we wanted to sell it, that I recall. But I want to prevent that. I really believe that we need to be discussing the taxpayer property in front of the taxpayers. And so I'm not about going in executive session unless we're negotiating a purchase or something like that. That's after we've made the decision to sell. And I think it's wrong what we've been doing. And I think the better way is to have everything be transparent. But I will just say again, I'm not in favor of sending this to finance. But, who knows? I understand why. But right now, my concern is that this FIR is not accurate. And it sets a dangerous precedent, because if somebody, if something comes before us and people don't really, want to, or don't know how to decipher these monies that they're attaching to it, how is this going to be on every single thing we do? Because it's not. It's not on every resolution. It hasn't been. And I frankly take exception. Now, if all anybody needs to do, if they don't want to do the work that's part of their job, is say that they're going to incur overtime. That's crazy. We pay people a great deal of money in salaries to do their job. And the people that I know that come before us are exempt from FLSA. It's known that they get higher salaries because they work beyond their 40-hour week. And, if we're going to start treating our exempt from FLSA people like FLSA covered people and putting overtime and FIRs for just because, maybe they're not in favor of something, then we're really going down a wrong path. And so I really believe, once again, that we need to put these properties up in front of the public. The governing body needs to discuss, and then we go from there. And then they can do the work. But it's not any different work than they're already doing. And when these properties that we've already sold came before us, there was no FIR overtime attached to those. I already looked, there wasn't. So that's my rampage, or as sometimes y'all call my things, rants. And I'll defer, and I may have some comments later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Let's see, Councilor Garcia, you have the floor next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What this resolution does is it creates a process towards a more transparent government. I mean, isn't that what our constituents have been asking for? So why not give them what they ultimately deserve, is a more transparent government? And in particular, we're talking about a process that deals directly with their assets, their property. They're the taxpayers who ultimately have a stake in this. So let me ask ourselves, how many of us ran with the platform of creating a more transparent government? Why would we be against creating a more transparent government ultimately when we're looking at potentially selling property? To me, I think this is what needs to be done. And in the long run, it can stop staff from ultimately going down the wrong path, looking into selling property that the governing body might not want to sell in the first place. So to me, it's the logical step that needs to be taken. In regards to the FIR, I have some very, very deep concerns about this. So to echo what Councilor Behill-Coppler said, I don't see the additional time being spent on this. This is work that would be prepared, whether you're preparing for an executive session or you're preparing for a committee meeting. I don't see the additional time, the additional cost. With that being said, I took some time to look up past resolutions that, surprisingly enough, did not have FIRs. That would definitely look at increased workload for staff. One of those resolutions was the one that ultimately got passed last year, was sponsored by Mayor Weber, and that was to close the streets for potential closure downtown. No FIR. And we know that that would have been an increased workload for staff should they have had to deal with permitting and all the additional work should have folks applied to close a particular street. That is in addition to would have been their regular job. No FIR attached to that. A resolution to establish the Water Conservation Committee, sponsored by Councilor Romero Worth and Councilor Abeyta. We know our committees have staff that support these committees. No FIR with this one. Now let's get something even more recently. The BTAC resolution, which I sponsored. There was an FIR with that one, and there is staff supporting that resolution. The FIR reported a zero impact, $0. So we're picking and choosing how we're going to try to derail resolutions or legislation. Is that how we really want to operate for a fair and transparent government? I think what this resolution does is it ultimately provides access for the public to participate in the process, for ultimately the government to show that we're good stewards of our property. And ultimately, we showcase to the community that we can be trusted with your property, with your value. You can trust us. So with that being said, I would like to have this FIR disqualified or further explained why there is such the costs associated when similar resolutions either had no FIR with no FIR created, or an FIR with $0 impact. So how I guess this is a question for the FIR producers. How did we arrive at these resources? Are these duties being created? I mean, are these addition to jobs? I mean, because I would like a little more clarification on this. I think to me, it's I'm just trying to wrap my head around why there would be costs associated with this when it's somebody doing their job already. So I don't know if that's for Mr. Brown or the producers, but I would like the producers of the FIR, but I would like clarification on how we arrived at this cost.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, thank you. For the record, I am in support of the resolution because the resolution actually shows that if we are going out for public offering of land, if there are harmful liabilities, harmful issues issues that were trade secrets, that we can go into executive session to discuss them. So I don't see an issue with the resolution coming forward. As it relates to the FIR, I don't know about precedent from other departments as they look at how they spend the city's money. But because we're now changing the resolution where we have 2 committees plus the governing body and a possible executive session, there could be up to 5 staff who are hourly. I'm the only person I think is not an hourly person who is working on that afterwards. So currently we have staff on this call who are hourly employees who are working over the time subscribed in their Cronus. So the FIR was put that way so that it's just made clear, we talk about transparency from that standpoint, is that I just wanted to make clear that it's not a large amount of money, but there is some fiscal impact when we go from a singular executive session to now 2 committees of review, and from each committee could be changes that have to come to the table, plus time for staff to be present to answer any questions. So that's how the FIR was written. So it's not a large impact, but there's numbers there. And I wanted to just make sure, that was my duty to make sure that it was understood that there could be some fiscal impact.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Brown. I really appreciate that. You mentioned 5 staff. Who else besides yourself is on the call with us tonight or the meeting with us tonight?
Oh, I said up to 5 staff. Sorry, Councilor. So right now, and Salazar and Sean Moody are the staff who work on asset development real estate issues. We also have Lauren Lucero, who's involved. We have Ed Hill, who's involved, plus me. And then I think that's it. Sometimes there's, I'm sorry, Liz Camacho, who does the public offering pieces, but those are the 5 that would come in. I think Aaron is an exempt employee, city attorney.
Okay. And has there ever been an instance where all 5 staff were needed for a meeting?
For a meeting, for preparing for the executive sessions, yes, they have been together, but we're changing the process. And so the process now has 2 committees that were not originally slated. We had 1 meeting. Now we possibly could have 3 on each public offering. So that's where the staff could have to come back either to be here to answer questions, because I want to be clear to the public and the council that each of our properties has some extraneous instance involved with it. We don't have any clean parcels of land. None of our parcels are clean. So there's a lot of diligence that needs to happen and a lot of discussion that needs to happen in the public before we can get to the next phase to put any of the parcels into public offering for sale.
Okay, so, but
Councilor Garcia, may I, on that point, ask?
Sure. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Councilor.
Mr. Brown, there's no doubt that stuff needs to happen, but this resolution just says, let's see if the governing body wants to sell this. Then you go do that work, which you would do anyway. And if you were going to sell the property, I mean, you would do that anyway. You do it now. So that's after the fact. You don't do that if the governing body says, no, we don't want to sell this property. You don't go do all that stuff. So this is putting the horse first. And then the cart happens when you go investigate the land. Now back to the point about the employees.
Wait, Councilor,
I want to ask a question. If those employees are FLSA covered that you mentioned.
Councilor Garcia has the floor. We'll come back to you again, Councilor, I promise you. But you were going to make a point about the preparation for sale. Then you're going to go to a second point. Let's let Councilor Garcia finish his line of questioning, and then we'll come back around.
Mayor, it was a simple comment about the 5 employees he mentioned.
I understand, but I think it's important to keep people moving in order rather than leveraging off of each other. Then it turns into a round robin conversation.
Even if I said on that point, which you...
Yeah, I know. And the point you were speaking to was not about employees directly, because Councilor Garcia was speaking to a different point by then. He was on to a question about preparation for the sale of the land. So let's keep it orderly. Councilor Garcia, why don't you pick up where you left off?
Okay. So I guess, Mr. Brown, I mean, given the example that Councilor Behill-Koppler made, how much, if any, additional preparation would need to be made if you're coming to the council with just a proposal saying, we're looking at this, we want to look at this. And we'll use Santa Fe Estates since it's currently up for sale. Coming forth with the proposal first, and then, as Councilor Behill-Coppler said, then doing the legwork of, okay, this, similar to what we're doing with Midtown now, the property needs X, Y, and Z, whatever it is, but coming forth to us first, just to get the approval to move forward with looking at selling the property is the intention of this. And I think that's where I guess I'm trying to still wrap my head around why it's costing resources to come forth with a simple proposal like that. Because it's what you mentioned was going through the exhaustive proposal process of, we want to sell right? And we've got X potential opportunities to sell it. What we're trying to prevent is having that additional work be done before we even want to look at selling the property. And I think that's what the intention of this is, because ultimately I'd hate for you and your team to do 2 months worth of work and you come before the governing body with lots of legwork done and the governing body says, no, we don't want to sell this property. To me, that's a waste of resources. It should be, look, we're looking at this, selling this property. Should we move forward and look into this opportunity? That's the intention of this resolution. And to me, that should cost $0 in overhead. And I understand the concerns of my colleague, Councilor Romero Worth, that, should there be an impact, it should go to finance, but there should be no financial impact with this. There should be zero. Similar to the resolutions I listed off earlier, where it's part of the daily work of the staff. The FIR should say zero, such as that. So I just wanted to bring that to folks' attention, that this hasn't been the precedent in the past, and we are going down a very dangerous path if we do decide to start picking and choosing which legislation we're going to begin to really cherry pick and nickel and dime FIRs over when there's really no, in my opinion, financial impact. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Casa-Sanchez.
I believe that Councilor Romero Worth had her hand up before me.
Oh, I got it backwards. My chart showed you up first. Councilor Romero Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I do want to, again, point out this resolution was introduced at our last council meeting 2 weeks ago. I don't know why, but it was only referred to Public Utilities, Public Works. It did get a hearing there. It was passed on consent. It does have a fiscal impact, and it was not, for whatever reason, I don't know why, referred to the Finance Committee. I believe the sponsors have basically made the case for why there are issues, there are questions, and the roles of our committees are to flesh these out and look at whether the FIR is accurate or not accurate, what the process is, what the fiscal impact is. And I have to disagree that there was a fiscal impact for the Water Conservation Committee, and there was a fiscal impact on the street closures. So perhaps we can get those over so that everybody can see that there were fiscal impacts. We're not picking and choosing. But again, I'd like to emphasize this resolution did not go to finance. It should be sent back to finance. The way to do that is to vote down this motion, to entertain a new motion, to send it back to finance. And if we are interested in transparency and we're interested in understanding exactly what this bill does and doesn't do and what fiscal impact it has or doesn't have, we should properly vet it through the committees. And this resolution did not get that opportunity. And I really want to urge my colleagues, we should vote down this motion and entertain another one to send it back to finance so it can have the proper hearing that it deserves on a very important topic. Completely agree that the sale of city-owned land is a very important thing, and we want to make sure we get this right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Casa Sanchez, that was generous of you to correct me. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You know, I actually do believe that I am in favor of this resolution, and I think that the sponsors and others have discussed the importance of making sure that we are having this discussion publicly about land, and that it is important that the city council agrees with the sale of property. I am curious why it did not go to 2 committees, though. Was there a reason that it only went to 1? Because our standard is to go to 2. Councilor Viejo-Coppler's looking to
Councilor
answer.
Viejo-Coppler, I don't know who has the answer. Does that come
I
from?
have the answer.
Oh, okay. Councilor Viejo-Coppler has the answer.
I developed the resolution. I sent it to 1 committee because that is the committee I'm on. And I wanted an opportunity to discuss it. I don't know why it was on consent, because I fully knew that it needed to be open discussion at this governing body meeting. I did not send it to finance because I already, as I said earlier, I do not believe it has a fiscal impact. And so I was quite frankly wanting to get it in front of this governing body because we have several properties in the wings that economic development is already preparing to sell. And I wanted to be upfront and make sure that we discuss those properties as well in public. And that's why I have a sense of urgency on this bill, and that's why. Thank you.
Councilor
Thank
Casa Sanchez, did that answer your question?
You know, it did, but it does bring up the point that we have discussed in the past about items going to committee so that members of council have opportunities to discuss it before governing body. And of course, you know, in a timely situation, we will skip that and sometimes even go straight to governing body or just to 1 committee. I guess this is my question for Rich. If we were to have the opportunity to look at this at another committee, whether finance or quality of life, I do agree it's probably more of a finance issue. You know, are we going to miss the boat on another piece of property being put up for sale without us having the potential chance to vote on it as a governing body?
Mr. Mayor, Council Casa Sanchez, no, we don't. We do not, because our current process is that we have a property that in the process of a possible public offering, it would have gone to executive session. So we're just adding a couple more committee meetings to the process, but we have not put anything in the queue for public offering or in queue to discuss at executive session. So we still have time.
Okay, thank you, Rich. You know, again, this does go back to this this question of process and when do we break the rules and when do we not break the rules. I know it's something that I have tried. There was another situation, or I think it was actually the reorg where the fiscal impact report was not in there. And if you recall, I was one of the voices that said, yes, I'm in support of this, but I also believe in the process. So again, I do believe that, you know, we typically send things to 2 committees. Ms. McSherry, did you have a?
Mayor, Councilor, I do have a point of order in terms of rules. There's no requirement that something go to 2 committees necessarily, but in order to go on consent, it has to go to 2 committees. It has to have passed 1 committee to go on the agenda. So that's the current rule. I would also like to say, Jesse did identify the FIRs for several of the pieces of legislation that earlier it was stated there were not FIRs for. There are FIRs. The one you mentioned, though, Councilor Casa Sanchez, I know there was a missing one for that particular matter. So I'm aware of that one matter in the time I've been here that was missing an FIR. The other resolutions all had FIRs. And then I would also like to say there is guidance on what FIR should include. It is not clear whether or not it should include an additional impact on staff or not. So there's been, but it could be clarified, and that would be something this governing body could do and provide staff guidance. So I think staff has had little guidance on that area. And without guidance, it's been inconsistent. I don't think it's a nefarious endeavor. I think it's just been some staff have gone through the effort of calculating what the extra impact could be, and some have not. So it's just been I think without guidance, you're going to get inconsistency.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Thank you, Ms. McSherry. You are very correct. You're right. It is not the rule that it goes to 2. It is our practice that it does go to 2. And I think that was my big question, is why have we not followed our usual order of business to send it to? Again, I am in support of this. I will be, I imagine, unless there's something that comes up in discussion, voting in favor of this at some point, but I would like the opportunity to explore it at committee. And I do think that it is important that we try to follow our processes as best as we can, with the assurance that we are hearing from Mr. Brown that there will be no other properties that would be listed on the market prior to us having an opportunity to vote on this at our next meeting in February. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. There are a lot of hands up. Several folks have spoken previously. Some have not spoken yet. I think I'll give folks who have not had a chance to speak next. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor, followed by Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what I'm noticing, other than the inconsistent processes, it's very clear our FIRs are inconsistent. This one does not make sense to me at all. We've had other resolutions that had requirements for staff to do certain things, and it wasn't calculated in the same way. And so I appreciate the staff took the time to do that. I just don't think we have that we have the guidance, like I think it was Attorney McSherry said, to really understand what needs to go in those FIRs from a staff perspective. The only reason why I would consider it going back to finance is so that FIR could be corrected, because I don't think it's accurate. And so I think, and the other thing as it relates to why I supported this is, I was thinking about past years and past administrations of us going through executive session and getting information about potential land sales, things happening that we needed to be aware of. And it was very concise in that they told us what was happening and that they would follow up, and that there wasn't necessarily going to be sales unless we agreed to it or talked about it and had some kind of consensus in the executive session. And I feel like that's why we wouldn't need this resolution if we felt that clarity. I feel like there's times we go into executive session and we hear about something and then we don't hear about it again, and all of a sudden the land's for sale. So that's why I supported this. I just feel like the process is shifted and there's maybe less trust in that process right now. Whereas before, I felt pretty confident about what staff was presenting to me and that they were doing the due diligence and that we would get another chance to weigh in as we got closer to the potential sale. So that's why I'm supporting this. I'm really frustrated with the inconsistent FIRs that we get. And that would be the only reason why I would have it go back to finance. But other than that, I don't think this is an extra layer. It's not like we have that much land to sell right now. And I just feel like we need to be very methodical about how we do that and what we're considering when we think about land sales. So I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think Councilor Lindell, you haven't spoken yet, so I'll give you the floor next.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things on this. I'm not exactly sure what problem we are trying to solve here. I haven't seen this really be a problem. I've never seen a piece of city property go up for sale that I didn't know about or that I was surprised about. And in the resolution itself, it does say governing body must approve a recommendation to do so after a presentation by city staff during a public meeting describing why staff members recommend that the city announce the land or other real property as for sale. And I have been on this governing body long enough to know that there is no way that presentation is staff coming forward to us and saying, we'd like to sell this piece of property. Do you agree or disagree? It has to be an entire presentation from staff. So to simplify and say that we're simplifying staff's work and that we aren't going to put them through the work if we don't want to sell the property, we're going to put them through the work. They're going to go through it twice. We're kidding ourselves if we think that we're going to allow staff to come and say, here's the presentation. Do you want to sell this piece of property or not? We're going to want all the detail on it at that first presentation. There is no doubt about that. Also, I really don't see what the urgency of this is. And I've heard other people on this council say, well, I want an opportunity to see this and to talk about it in committee. That seems reasonable enough. We try to do that at this point in time so that everybody gets a look at it prior to coming to council. The other thing is on these FIRs, we've talked about this for years about, do they include staff time? Do they not include staff time? It was like pulling teeth on this council to get people given a reminder and a memo to give staff the courtesy to say, what items are you going to pull? We used to have that chamber absolutely packed with staff sitting, waiting to know if their item was going to be pulled or not. Staff isn't there for free. That's not reasonable for them to be there for free. They get paid. And this is a council of 8 people. And it took memo upon phone. Celeste used to call everybody and we couldn't get an answer. Do you have anything that you want to pull? It's just a courtesy to people so they could spend evenings at home with their families. It's not that hard. In terms of FIRs, we've had plenty of things that come up that it's like, oh, we don't have an FIR. We got to have an FIR on that. Oh, well, that's fine. I don't mind that. Then we don't want an FIR. And then when we get an FIR on some things, we don't believe them. We can't have it all ways, folks. It's not fair. It's not fair to staff. I'm going to make a motion to postpone this and send it back to finance. I don't see urgency in this. I see nothing coming forward.
Counselor, we have a motion on the floor at the moment.
Second.
Mayor Weber, point of order. This would be appropriate motion at this time.
I apologize.
It's a secondary or subsidiary motion, so it can be made at any time during debate. It is a debatable motion, so I think I heard a second, but it can be debated.
I'm just saying, clearly enough, some folks have some problems with this. Let's get it to a committee and get it worked out. I just don't see why that shouldn't happen.
So if I could get instruction from the city attorney, I falsely assumed we had to vote on the motion that was on the floor.
This one can be made during debate. It could be either considered a motion to postpone to a specific date, or it sounds like it's a motion to refer it to committee, specifically finance, and then it would probably come to governing body after that.
Yes.
So yes, that's a motion that can be debated, and then if it is successful, then this matter ends for today.
Okay, so that would take process precedence over the previous motion.
That's right.
All right, I apologize. That's why we need that training on Robert's Rules of Orders. So Counselor Lindell has made a motion to, could you restate it, Counselor, so I get it right? I think it is.
Yeah, I've made a motion to postpone this and send it to finance, the next finance committee meeting if Chair Abeta can schedule it.
Second.
And there's a second from Counselor Romero Worth, and that is debatable. And it has, in a way, already been debated, but we can continue to debate about that specific motion. Were you finished, Counselor Lindell? I didn't mean to cut you off.
I am, thank you.
Okay. In that case, I'll go to, we have 3 hands up at the moment. I will go in the order that I saw them. Counselor Romero Worth, Counselor Vihel-Coppler, and Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. My hand was up for another reason, but given Councilor Lindell's motion, I'll wait. Thank you.
In that case, I'll go next to Counselor Vihel-Coppler, whose hand is up.
Thank you. I'm going to discuss some of the things that I've heard, and we have 2. I don't want to be called out of order, so I'm going to ask for direction. Am I supposed to only talk about the motion to postpone?
Yes. This is debate on the motion to postpone.
Okay. I want to say with regard to that I believe that the sponsor of a bill has the right to decide what committees it goes to. And I understand the motion to postpone, but I'll make my point again that I did not see any new budgetary requirements regarding the FIR, which is why this is being asked to be postponed and go to finance. I'm not against discussing those further, but I want to make the point that sponsors do have the right to say where their bill is going and whether they want to have it put into consent or whether they want to have a full discussion. And so that was my intention here. More so because I didn't feel that it had a fiscal impact. I still don't. And the other part is that I also knew that I was not breaking any rules. And I respect other counselors when they submit resolutions to say what committees they want them to go. It's not my job to say to them, you must send it here. I think that's courteous to let the other counselor decide. They know their bill best. My prerogative was to send it to one committee, and that's why I did that. And I fully knew and understood the process, and that there are no rules on it, and that I was not breaking any rules. So FIRs, in my opinion, in my background, my training on all of this, is that it will have a fiscal impact if the money is not currently budgeted. And furthermore, any monies that are associated in an FIR should be clearly spelled out and comply with rules such as the Fair Labor Standards Act, where overtime doesn't apply or does apply. None of that is detailed here. And so I am going to vote against the motion because those are the principles that I think apply here. But whatever stands, whatever passes or doesn't pass here, the issue is that we need to have these discussions in front of the public, no matter what. And that is with regard to selling city assets. So that is all, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia, followed by Counselor Cassett Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think, if anything we learn from this item being heard is that there is a severe challenge with inconsistency in FIRs. I did not intend to mislead anybody with my comment earlier in regards to those two resolutions that City Attorney McSherry said that had FIRs. But funny enough, I looked at the FIRs and they had zero impact. And we just spoke that they had impact. So there is inconsistency here. And to me, that's not being spread evenly. And that to me brings more concerns. I completely understand with the motion maker and wanting to send it back to finance. If I ultimately think I'm in agreement with Councilwoman Villarreal, let's send it back. It needs to be a zero, like the other resolutions that have staff input. Let's have that consistency. It should have a $0 impact. I had raised my hand because I wanted to bring that up. I'm more than happy to send it back. I just want to confirm with Rich that there is not going to be any potential sale of lands within the next couple of weeks, because, you know, my colleague raised the point of the governing body being surprised by land sales. I completely agree with that. We should not be surprised if we're talking about it. But the bigger picture here and the point of this resolution is to ensure that the public is not surprised. Our community is not surprised by the sale of lands. And that was a perfect example is the Santa Fe Clay Building. We all heard how many folks were surprised by the sale of that property. We all heard by the sale of the potential sale of the Alto Street property when there was a article in the local newspaper about it. And what we're trying to accomplish with this resolution is ensuring that the public is not surprised. So with that, if we send it back to finance, I would highly recommend that this FIR be adjusted to be consistent with previous FIRs produced for similar resolutions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Cassie Sanchez, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You know, a couple things have happened tonight that are inconsistent with what we've done in the past. And I do think that it's important that we look at them. I know that we are still sometimes working out our process, and I was under the impression as well that there was a motion on the floor and we could not have a secondary motion. I think that it's important that we call that out right now, that that is allowable so that in the future we can move forward, because in the past we have had to vote down the motion and then put a new motion on the floor. I'm really looking forward to Fridays. Aaron, I do appreciate you guiding us through this. Did you have something to add to that?
Mayor Weber, Councilor, I would just clarify that it just depends on what the motion is. So if it is a new substantive motion, it's a new main motion, then you certainly have to vote down the main motion that's on the floor. This is considered a subsidiary motion, so it is higher in priority than the main motion right now.
Okay, and thank you for that clarification. I know that that is something that is really hard for, you know, the governing body, and so I want to say that I recognize that. I'm feeling a little frustrated with this conversation about, you know, whether or not it sends back to committee, because there have been times that other councilors have asked to have it back to their committee so that they have an opportunity to see it when they are not the sponsor, and there has been that respect there. And so, you know, Councilor Viejo-Koppler, I understand, yes, as the sponsor, you have that opportunity. We had this conversation with Chart both times about whether it would go to all three committees, regardless of where the subject matter really lay. And I do think that that is an opportunity that we all have to say, you know, I'd really like to see this in the committee process. Work needs to happen in the committee. There are some questions there. And just the consistency of the arguments being made of whether or not this needs to be vetted through committees when it suits somebody because they want to see it in committee, or the argument of, well, I didn't need to send it to this committee and it suits me to have it here. And I really think that that's something I want us to be very cautious about, again, as I was saying, I do support this resolution. And I would also like to see it in committee. I think that that is an important opportunity. There are a lot of questions about the FIR, whether or not this is a accurate FIR, discussions about what this might look like. You know, it is the sale of land, so it is dollars coming into the city. In that sense, it is a financial matter. And so I would really like to see this back in finance, but more so than that, I would like to also see us not utilize these as political ploys, but really utilize this as the process that we are trying to do the best for our city. And we are really trying to make sure that we are vetting our resolutions and our ordinances, and that we are looking at all these different questions. So I would really appreciate this back in finance, you know, as an opportunity to see it in a committee that I sit on. And I know that this has been something that we have been talking about more and more. And I also appreciate when other people, you know, want to send it back to committees, and it's important that we do that, and that we have the option, and that we look at our processes here. And I do think that there is a fiscal impact here, and we need to have the discussion of what that is. And I think that it is an important discussion for us to have regarding staff time and how we view that in an FIR, because I do agree staff is here to, you know, to make the city move. We all sit here for a moment, but they're going to be lasting a lot longer than we are. So their time is important, but also understanding what it is that our decisions mean for their time, and finding that balance, I think, is also crucial. So I am in favor of sending this back. I still believe that this is a good resolution, that it is important that we are having these discussions in public. But I also think that we need to be looking at the consistency of the process and the respect for our other governing body members that want to see this at the committee level, where we really should be doing the bulk of the work on our bills. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I see a couple more hands raised. Councilwoman Villarreal, followed by Councillor Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councilwoman Castellanos, for bringing up the point so calmly. I'm not so calm about that. I think it's really frustrating not knowing what higher in priority motions are. I've never heard that. So I hope we talk about it on Friday, because there's been points in time in different sessions where I think there was a desire to make another motion, and it was told that you couldn't do that. And so it's super frustrating and also inconsistent. So I hope we talk about it more, because it doesn't make any sense. I'm not opposed to the motion that Councillor Lindell brought up. I just don't understand the process and how it's consistently has been inconsistent. So I hope we can talk about this further on Friday. It makes me angry. And so I'm fine with it going to finance. I guess my question is, seeing how things are playing out with the discussion now, if it were to fail in finance, and it had already passed in Public Works, then it would go on again to council for the same conversation.
That's right.
So it's just another day that we can decide whether or not we like this or not. And I personally would like to talk about in finance the FIR and how we have arrived at those numbers, because they don't seem accurate to me. So I'll stop there, and hopefully Friday we can figure out some more ways of processes of our council. It's super frustrating. We've never had these problems in past administrations.
Councillor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Lindell, I think your motion said to go back to the Finance Committee if the chair could get it on the next agenda. Is that the way it was stated? Because I'd like some assurances that it will get on the next agenda, finance agenda.
Councillor Abeyta, I think that was addressed to you as far as the chair of the Finance Committee.
I was just confirming whether that's the way the motion was made.
I do believe that was the language, Councillor Rivera, yes.
Okay.
And to answer Councilor Rivera's question, our next meeting is the 15th. And yes, we could put it on the agenda if this motion passes. It'll be heard on the 15th.
Very good, thank you. And then just echo what Councilor Cassett Sanchez and what Councilor Villarreal have stated, is that it's really frustrating, disappointing to hear the amount of disrespect that has happened in several of our meetings. And I don't know if that's coming from the inconsistencies of the way we run our meetings or if there's something else, but there are definite inconsistencies, and I hope we can clear that up. Clearly, I've been the longest sitting councilor and have never seen some of the meetings run the way they are, with motions, with amendments, with who gets to speak first, with making motions prior to having any discussion. These, and they may be all part of the rules, but they're creating a lot of dysfunction amongst ourselves, and I think that's probably leading to some of the hostile discussions that I've heard tonight, and it's not something that I'm really proud to be a part of right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vihel Copper, you have your hand up.
Thank you. My question was going to be about the Finance Committee agenda and whether that was possible. So I feel comfortable with that. And I would like to thank Councilor Abeyta for agreeing to put it on the agenda when I know it's probably a little short notice, but I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other comments? I'd make a couple of observations about the level of discussion. I think it is important to remind ourselves, as our invocation this morning did, or this evening did, about being thoughtful about what we put out into the world, because it comes back to us, and try to be patient and thoughtful and considerate. I have issues with this resolution, which doesn't mean I don't believe we should discuss it thoroughly. I think it deserves a very, very thorough vetting. A couple of things have been said that are particularly interesting as fact matters. For example, Santa Fe Clay case has been brought, I'm sorry, Councilor McSherry, or Councilor McSherry, City Attorney.
Mayor Weber, we're only debating the
Whether or not to send it back. Yeah. Well, my point is, what I would like to have it taken up at Finance. Why Finance should take these matters up, because I think there are some issues that need to be vetted at Finance. For example, the Santa Fe Clay case, which was discussed tonight, would not be covered by this resolution. So we've got a resolution in front of us that doesn't speak to one of the issues that was held up several times as a problem. If that is a problem, it needs to be addressed at the Finance Committee. The same goes for apparently one of the provocative causes of this, or courses of this resolution, has to do with the question of the Alto Street property. We didn't own the land. So if you're going to vet it at Finance, please assess how that kind of a case would or wouldn't fall under this resolution. As far as the FIR is concerned, I'm personally less, I do believe there are financial impacts here, but I'm less worried about staff time than I am about the part of the unintended consequences paragraph at the bottom of the FIR, where it says, this, with large parcels, this could delay the go-to-market option by up to 6 months or more, depending on amendments, changes, market data requests, etc. So I'd like that thoroughly discussed if this motion passes at Finance, particularly in light of our interest in financing affordable housing through potentially the sale or lease of city property. There seems to be a question about whether or not we would be adequately, we would be sacrificing speed for a public hearing. I do think there is, because of the way that we've seen the discussion tonight on Midtown work, I do think there's a great deal of staff work that goes into preparing these presentations. I don't think it will be vote first and then evaluate the potential for sale. I do believe that particularly with something as significant as the land that is the city's underutilized asset, the staff would be not doing its significant due diligence to simply present it as a up or down vote without significant amount of work to be done. So I think there's some work to be done on the resolution. I think it needs some fine tuning. I think there's some drafting errors in it that could have been caught if the committee structure had been followed in the first place. I think there's some language errors that are not well crafted. And I think we ought to look seriously about how we as a governing body do in fact have a policy regarding our assets, underperforming assets. So in that respect, I support the transparency of actually having this go back to a committee where it can be discussed more openly in a public session at the committee level. I think transparency is something that's been discussed a lot tonight. I think referring this back to the Finance Committee will guarantee additional transparency in the consideration of our assets and how we dispose of them, and then what we do with the revenue that is derived from the sale of those assets. So I would support this motion on that basis. Very thorough discussion. Could the clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Mayor. Councillor Vigil Coppler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councillor Abeyta.
Yes.
Councillor Cassett Sanchez.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Rivera.
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
I vote yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Council.
sorry I didn't catch this before, but I'd like to make a motion that we go to appointments so that Judge Vigil doesn't have to stay here for the rest of the meeting, and then we can continue where we're at.
You are an eagle-eyed observer of an opportunity to get to be considerate for other folks. I appreciate that. Can we get a motion to amend our agenda to take up appointments next and then return to our regular order?
Don't we have another motion that we need to deal with?
I believe the motion, the first motion is made moot, is it not, City Attorney, or do we have to vote it down, or what do we do with it?
Mayor Weber, it's essentially postponed till the next meeting after it goes to finance.
Okay. So the short answer is we don't have to deal with the first motion regarding adopting that resolution.
I guess point of clarification.
Yeah, go ahead, Council.
City Attorney. So when it comes back, because ultimately it's going to come back next governing body meeting, does that mean when it comes back, we're going to reconvene with the motion to approve? We're going to start off on this agenda item motion to approve.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I'll verify that question for you. It sounds like a technicality, but your procedural rules say that in order to debate something, you have to have a motion on the table. I'm not sure if something stays on the table between meetings, so it seems like it would be a good idea to remake the motion to approve. It also might be in a different form by then with a different FIR, so it seems like it would be a good idea to make a motion to approve at that time.
Okay, or potentially strike down the original motion. We can when we hear it in 2 weeks, we'll have the clarification. Sorry for stalling.
Thank you.
So Mayor, I did make a motion to amend the agenda.
Yes.
And I seconded it.
I'm coming back to that. So Councilor Rivera wants to amend the agenda to take up appointments next, and Councilor Vigil Coppler has seconded that. Could we call the roll on the motion, please?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Betha,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vigil Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
So let's deal with these. We have 2 appointments. We can do them. We can do the first one quickly and then get to the judge. So if you would please, City Clerk, start with 18A very quickly, and then we'll move on to 18B.
Yes, item 18A is the appointment of Ryan Gallagher to the Economic Development Advisory Committee with a term expiring in June of 2022.
Move to approve.
The motion to approve comes from Councilor Vigil Coppler. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Villarreal's hand is up.
Just a quick question. I was wondering what the gender makeup is of this committee right now.
Councilor Vigil Coppler, do you know?
Without counting everybody, I think it's pretty evenly split. But Rich Brown may be better suited to answer that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, I think Councilor Vigil Coppler is correct. We're about evenly split. I'm just visualizing the committee members in my head, and I think it is evenly split.
Jesse, do you have the answer at your fingertips?
I'm pulling up. Oh, sorry, Mayor.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, there's Councilor Vigil Coppler, and then there are 5 women and 3 men, with the exception of this vacant position that's being filled right now.
Okay, thank you. Good to hear.
Thank you, Jesse, for helping. Any other questions before we call the roll on this? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Councilor Betha,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vigil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. And if you could then bring us to item 18B and Judge Vigil.
Yes, item 18B is request for approval of appointment of Municipal Court Pro Tem Judge pursuant to 2-3.4C SFCC 1987. The appointment is for Chad Chittum, and Judge Vigil is available on this item.
Yes, good afternoon, good early evening, everyone. This is Judge Vigil. I'm actually seeing you from my personal computer, so my little nickname is on there and my judge name isn't there. The item before you is very simple. Some of you may or may not be aware that I no longer have the pool of pro tem judges based on an IRS ruling that required them to be employees of the city of Santa Fe. My experienced pro tem judges chose not to suspend their PERA in order to be pro tem judges. So I'm still trying to look for more experienced judges because the only one that seems fully available right now for me isn't really fully available, and that is one pro tem judge whose retirement was not affected, but he is currently fully engaged with the New Mexico legislature and will not be available until after March 20th. I do not have anyone who can replace me should there be a need to. And it's very logical to me. It makes sense. This isn't an issue that's new to administration at all. I had brought it up in many of my one-on-one standings with the mayor, and I have been working with HR and the city attorney's office in getting this appointment before you. So I stand for questions, and my request is that Mr. Chittum be appointed to substitute for me upon my unavailability.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Lindell made the motion, and I believe Counselor Romero was seconded. Counselor Vihil-Coppler, your hand is up.
Thank you. Judge Vihil, I just wanted to ask, Mr. Chittum isn't serving as the public defender, is he?
No, he isn't. He's actually the staff attorney.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, other questions? Anything else for the judge other than thanking her for her appearance tonight? If there are no other questions, could we please call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you,
very
Your Honor.
much.
Sorry to make you wait so long for such a quick item, but we appreciate your coming.
No, and I appreciate Counselor Rivera's motion. Thank you all very much.
Take care, Your Honor. So with that, we would then return. Madam Clerk, can you read us the next item on the agenda, please?
Yes, Mayor, give me 1 second to jump back. All right, the next item on the agenda is item 11C. It's request for approval of amendment number 3 to the memorandum of agreement between Santa Fe County and the city of Santa Fe for the Public Safety Radio Communication System Solutions Project for implementation of any upgraded communication system. This amendment is to extend the term date to December 31st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Assistant Chief Brian Moya is available for this item, Mayor.
So before we begin discussion, can we get a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Counselor Garcia moved to approve that item, and Counselor Vihil-Coppler has seconded it. And is there discussion at this time? Counselor Rivera, is your hand up? I couldn't quite tell.
No.
Okay, apologies. Any questions or a discussion of this item? Seeing no hands, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Could you introduce the next item, please?
Yes, Mayor, the next item is 11D, request for approval of amendment number 2 to lease agreement number 20-0257 by and between the City of Santa Fe and Garson Studios to extend the term of the lease by 18 months or until August 26, 2022. Mayor Weber, I believe that Sam Burnett from our Public Works Division is available for this item.
Thank you. Can we get a motion and then we can discuss?
Move to approve.
Counselor Vihil-Coppler has moved to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez moved to second it, or seconded the motion. Questions for Mr. Burnett? Anybody have a question for Mr. Burnett? I don't see any hands up. Could the clerk please call the roll on this item, please?
Yes, Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Sam. Madam Clerk, what's next?
The next item is 11E, consideration of a resolution. It's sponsored by Counselor Cassett Sanchez, Councilwoman Villarreal, Counselor Beta, Counselor Rivera, and Mayor Weber. It's a resolution supporting legislation at the New Mexico Legislature adopting a paid sick leave act that allows employees to accrue and use paid sick leave. I believe Jesse is available for this item.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Rivera seconded the motion. Is there discussion on this item? I don't. Councilor Vihel Coppler, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to know if this has been introduced in the session, and if so, what, where, and what bill?
Mayor and Council, I believe it mentions in the resolution itself, or maybe it doesn't. There are at least two bills. I may have taken the actual bill numbers out because there were several. I can get you that information, but unless Councilor Cassett Sanchez has her hand up, maybe she remembers the numbers.
Cassett Sanchez, do you know the specifics on this legislative matter, whether bills have been introduced already?
Bills have been introduced, and there were two bills and they were merged. I'm not sure which number they are still going under. I know it was, hold on, I can pull something up. So it was House Bill 20 and House Bill 37 have merged, and I would need to check again where they are in the committee process.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilor Vihel Coppler? You still have the floor. No? Okay. Other questions on this item? If there are no other hands, could the clerk please call the roll? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Clarity, it's H Bill 20 and it's gone through one committee, which is Labor, the Labor Committee.
Thank you. So it's working its way. Any other questions or clarifications? Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor, just to clarify, I have Counselor Cassett Sanchez with the motion and Counselor Rivera with the second on this item.
That's what I heard as well.
Okay, perfect. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, please.
absolutely. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
the motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, the next item is 11F. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Counselor Lindell, Counselor Beta, Counselor Cassett Sanchez, and Mayor Weber. It's a resolution urging the New Mexico Legislature to hold New Mexico school districts and charter schools harmless for decreased enrollment in the 2020-2021 school year resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, and to maintain funding at the 2019-2020 levels.
Okay, is there a motion regarding this item?
Move to approve.
Counselor Lindell has moved to approve it. Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Casa Sanchez has seconded it. We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? I do not see any hands up at the moment. Could you please call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes, and I'd like to co-sponsor.
All right, let me add you as a co-sponsor. Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Julie. That, I believe, brings us to item 12 on our agenda, which is matters from the city manager. You've already given us some news about COVID. Do you have anything else, city manager?
No additional items at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And matters from the city attorney.
Yes, Mayor Weber, counselors. Jesse did help me find the guidance for FIR. So we'll send that out to everybody so you can see what we currently have on record. I think it's helpful to just refresh our memories what's been issued as guidance. The existing document, I think we're going to recommend some updates so there's more specific guidance on certain parts of that document. Then I'll also be sending out the charts. I'm just going to scan directly from the chart that determines when each subsidiary or privilege motion is in order. It's pages 3 through 6 of one of the appendices to Robert's rules. So that should be helpful to have. It's similar to what I sent out last year from the legislature, what they use in terms of which motions have a higher level of priority as compared with others, which ones are debatable, which ones are non-debatable, which ones require a higher level of vote, like 2/3 versus simple majority. So there is a lot of differentiation between types of motions. And it is hard to keep track because we don't use many of them very often. Mostly we're using a main motion and a motion to amend. We're not usually using all the other types. So it is not something that comes up often. I think this is the first motion to postpone I've seen since I've been here. So I definitely apologize that anything might seem inconsistent. I'm certainly attempting to be consistent. And I will continue to do so. Beyond that, I also recommend we go into a attorney-client privileged discussion of pending litigation, specifically one tort claims act case.
Okay. There's a recommendation to go into executive session. Councilor Rivera, would you like to make a motion? I think you're muted at the moment.
Thank you, Mayor. I make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss the item listed on the agenda as recommended by the city attorney.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let's see. Was that you, Councilor Vihel Coppler?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera made the motion. Councilor Vihel Coppler seconded the motion to go into executive session to discuss the matter recommended by the city attorney. Can the clerk please call the roll on that motion?
Yes. Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay. Let's leave this meeting room and go to the other link that we've been provided. And we'll have to come back here afterward. There's not any action following this executive session, and there are no public hearings, but we need to come back to this room before we adjourn. So let's go meet in the executive session room. Thank you.
upload documents in the next request portal. So the first thing that we'll do once we're logged into the portal is navigate to the request that we'd like to upload a document to by clicking all requests.
Who are we listening to? I think we're, Madam Clerk, I think we're all here. Did you count noses?
Yes, Mayor, everyone's back.
All right, great. Councilor Rivera, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I make a motion that we return from executive session stating for the record that discussion was limited to the item listed on the agenda.
Is there a second? Councilor Vihel-Coppler seconded that. Could the clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, we are back in session from executive session, and we have no public hearings, and the meeting is, unless
Oh,
I'm
You still have items from the clerk.
items from the clerk. Good call.
And Mayor, I normally would just skip right over it. I did want to mention to the council though, one of my updates was going to be about chart. So I, didn't get a chance to do that earlier, but I did want to let the governing body know that the website is up, and I will send out that information to the governing body. I also have a press release scheduled for Monday on that. And then just to let the council know that anyone that's sent an email to me or any of the councilors that have reached out, we've provided information. I've just been working to compile an update. So that will be going out on Monday about the chart process. And there will be an option, as Councilor Romero Worth mentioned, there is an email sign up already on that page. So anyone interested in signing up for updates will receive that. Of course, the governing body does receive all of our press releases automatically and email distributions. But I did just want to mention that one. I had some other things, but I think we can skip over them. It's been a long night.
Apologize for jumping over you. It was on a different slide. All right, if that is matters from the city clerk, we've had communications from the
Madam
governing
Clerk,
body.
I had a question from Madam Clerk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you say that there was on social media that we posted about the chart process and where to go website? Did you say that?
I need to double check our social media schedule, but I don't think so. It's on the homepage of the city website. And
can we post about that?
Yes.
Soon. Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Anything else to follow up on city clerk matters? No. Very well. In that case, I think we have completed the agenda for the night, and we have no public hearings. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.